Good evening, Wilmington. Welcome. This is Monday, April 17th, and we have a few items tonight. I would like to welcome, of course, my city council colleagues, Chief of Staff Mona Parikh, department heads, and of course you at home. The slated agenda for tonight is we have a legislative item first, and then we have the Land Use and Planning Department presentation at 5:30 p.m., license and inspection at 7 p.m., followed by real estate and housing at 8 p.m. The legislative item first needs to be discussed prior to the start of the budget hearing, and this is ordinance 23-014, which is an ordinance to amend chapters 4, 5, and 12 of the Wilmington City Code to increase certain fees. I'd like to first start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance by doing a roll call. Vice Chair Harley, 4th District.
Present.
Council Member Bracy at large.
Present.
Council Member Field, 8th District.
Present.
Council Member Spadola at large.
Present.
I would like to also recognize council persons in attendance by doing a roll call. Council Member Mills at large.
Present.
Council Member Darby, 2nd District.
Present. Present.
And the Council Member Oliver, 3rd District.
Present.
I have her present as well. All right. This will be fairly quick, as ordinance 23-014 at this time will be held, so it will not be going forward this evening. It will be presented at a date to be announced. And at this time, as a housekeeping matter, the next item will be the Land Use and Planning Department budget hearing, which will be 5:30 p.m. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All right, so properly moved and seconded. The legislative portion of the evening has concluded, and we'll see you all at 5:30. Thank you. Good evening, Wilmington. Welcome to tonight's budget hearing for the Land Use and Planning Department. I'd like to thank you all at home and also in chambers and also joining us via Zoom. Thank you for taking part in this process. It's very important to move our city forward. And we also have members from the administration present, along with Chief of Staff Mona Parikh from City Council and also Chief Financial Officer Marshall Bass-Knight from Council as well. And at this time, I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Land Use and Planning Department. With the first start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee in attendance. Vice Chair Harley, 4th District. Councilmember Oliver, 3rd District.
Present.
Councilmember Bracy at large.
Present.
Councilmember Field, 8th District.
Present.
Councilmember Spadola at large.
Present.
Council President is excused. Also like to recognize other council persons in attendance. Councilmember Mills at large.
Present.
Councilmember Fields, 5th District.
Present.
Councilmember Darby, 2nd District.
Present.
Councilmember McCoy, 6th District. Okay. All right. So just start off, this is the budget hearing. We're in the midst of the budget process. The mayor kicked off the budget planning process by announcing his proposed budget back on March 16th. In the mayor's proposed budget, there was a 0% property tax rate increase, 5.7% water rate sewer increase, along with a 6% storm water rate increase. This budget used $0 in ARPA funds, $0 in tax stabilization funds, and $0 from the fund balance in order to balance the budget. The city's budget by ordinance is required to be balanced, and the mayor also did mention inclusion of other reductions and changes. There was a mention of lowering parking fines from $4 to $25, but this requires legislation by council. He also mentioned a new $1 event fee tax, increase in hotel lodge tax from 2% to 3%, and an increase across the board of fines and fees throughout the city. The proposed general fund budget from the administration was $183 million, which is a $6.2 million increase from last fiscal year. The proposed water sewer fund budget is a total of $84 million, which is a $2 million increase. This is an even year, so there is a capital program, and that totals approximately $125 million. The mayor shared his planned vision for the use of the city's and taxpayer funds. Now it is council's responsibility and chief responsibility to review the budget, comb through it by line, and have budget hearings for various departments to get a complete plan on the best use of taxpayer funds. By charter, we must adopt a balanced budget by 30 days before the end of fiscal year, which is June 30th. We've already talked about in various public settings what council's priorities are, which are doubling down on public safety and neighborhood stabilization, and also enhancing the quality of life for members of every section of the city. The COVID-19 pandemic still affects many of us, and we still are making great use of the $55 million in American Rescue Funds. If you want to track our spending or the city spending in the American Rescue Funds, please go to the OpenGov, the Open Wallet portion of the city's website, in which you can see line by line where the federal funds are going from the American Rescue Plan. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Office of Management Budget. Or prior to doing that, I would like to let everybody know that public comment will be asked at the end of each budget hearing, and it will be limited to 3 minutes. And similar to the way we've been doing it this council budget season, all questions from council members will be till after the budget presentation. Then we'll have 2 rounds of questions from each council member. And if there is a matter that is not addressed tonight or not covered or not answered, as always, Chief Financial Officer Marshall Bass-Knight will write the question down and make sure we follow up with administration to find the answers. And the answers will be on the wilmdebudget.org website, as each and every item posed by council members and also the public is very important to us. So I believe Mr. Hayford is from OMB. He will be giving a brief overview, and then we'll turn it over to the Commissioner of the Land Use Department, Mr. Starkey, and he will introduce his team, and then we'll dive into the question and answer. So the floor is yours,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
OMB. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Johnson and honorable members of City Council. I would like to present the Department of Land Use and Planning FY2024 proposed budget request on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. The Department of Land Use is requesting a total general fund budget of $4.4 million in FY2024. This total request represents an increase of $554,000 or 14.5% over the FY2023 budget. Next slide. Here are the personal services changes. Total positions increased by 0.45 FTE. A Planner 2 position, which was spread funded, is now 100% general fund, which resulted in an increase of $44,000 to the general fund. Regular salaries rose by $90,700, largely driven by a 2.5% COLA, employee step increases, and annual reviews. Temporary salaries increased by $34,400 to provide for a part-time clerical position and support for the historical preservation planner. MS&E increased by $387,000 or 65.2%. Here are the various account changes. Consultants increased by a net $330,000 due to the addition of $200,000 to fund phase 3 of the ADA self-assessment. Also, $150,000 was added to update the city's 55-year-old zoning codes. Workshops, seminars, and training increased by $14,500 to prepare building inspectors, zoning officers, and business compliance officers for the conversion to electronic trade testing certification. Uniforms and related equipment increased by $10,600 to purchase new uniforms for the department's logo. Finally, debt service increased by $45,400 per the existing debt service schedule. That concludes my presentation, and I turn the floor to the chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hayford. Is there any questions from members of council regarding OMB's presentation? Okay. All right, seeing none, then I will turn it over to Land Use Commissioner, Mr. Jeffrey Starkey. If you can introduce your team and then a brief overview, and then we'll dive into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of City Council for giving us the opportunity to present our budget to you tonight. First, I'd like to introduce our staff. To my right is Deputy Director of Land Use, Elliot Larkin. To my left is Tim Lucas, who's Deputy Director of Planning. And I think I have some employees in the audience. My Administrative Assistant, Alicia Laster, is in the audience, as well as Alita Clay, who's our Business Compliance Officer. First, the department would like to send our condolences to Dorian Snyder. Dorian's an employee within our office, and she lost her husband suddenly. So our prayers go out to Dorian for all that she's done for the department. So we're thinking about her while we're doing that. With that being said, since I introduced our staff already, secondly, I'd like to thank our staff for all their hard work as we continue to navigate through this transition. And we are still transitioning and navigating through our roles and responsibility as we move forward. But with that being said, prepared to get started.
All right, well, that really dovetails, Commissioner, and thank you very much. Our prayers are with Ms. Snyder and the family. And
Absolutely.
Yes, to talk about this new, I remember last year we talked about the new department that was established. So, full circle, what has been the budgetary impact of this new streamlined department? And can you specify how permitting process is going? And then the numbers related to permits, are we faster, slower? What does it look like?
Well, first of all, we haven't had a full year to really realize the full budgetary impact of the reorganization of the department. However, we have established a coordinated effort to address plan review submissions and projects. This is only possible because of the reorganization. The department has implemented a tracking system that tracks and monitors permit submissions. We have established a 3-tier approach to reviewing permit applications. I'm going to turn to Elliot because he can expand on the weekly plan reviews that are occurring, weekly plan review meetings that are occurring, because he facilitates those meetings. Elliot?
Thank you. The department is focused on streamlining the permit process. And in the past year, we've implemented the tracking system, and also we meet with our staff on regular intervals, depending on the team input. Our permit team meets on a weekly basis. Our building inspectors and cultural resources meet on a bi-weekly basis, and our zoning supports both the permit team and the building inspectors due to the overlap of responsibilities. The department has an internal goal for all permits based upon the job costs of each project. All applications are divided into 3 categories. Small projects are applications with a job cost less than $100,000. These applications are required to meet a 1-week turnaround for approval. Minor projects are applications with a job cost greater than $100,000 but less than $1 million. These applications are required to meet a 2-week turnaround for approval. And lastly, major projects are applications with a job cost greater than $100,000, and these applications are required to meet a 4-week turnaround for approval.
Next slide. And just to add a different note, the small projects, we generally issue those within 2 days. So if a person walks in, it's a minor project, we can issue those right on the spot. Answer 1B, this is our permits. And I just add that our permits have been steady even through COVID times. We continuously are issuing permits at a high rate. We're collecting over $2 million a year in permit fees, whereas before we were around 1.7, 1.5 prior to COVID. So construction is on the boom, and we're experiencing that influx of monies. Next slide is, the next question was inspections. This is self-explanatory. 2001, we had 11,075 inspections. 2022, 11,729.
All right. You can justify the funding of $350,000 for the ADA self-assessment zoning code reform. And my understanding is the ADA, of course, is required. The city's ADA plan. So, where does this new funding come into play?
The funding for the ADA self-assessment is a required federal mandate by the government. Number one, the department will be conducting a zoning code review. The code has not been undergoing a comprehensive review since 1968. The code needs updating to incorporate new ideology and current practices. We are in phase 3 of the requirement for the completion date for the ADA requirement. The time frame for completion is undetermined at this point. The other question was if there were any DBEs involved. The request for a proposal has not been established. Therefore, there are no consultants that have been retained. So we haven't even put it out for bid yet. And the last question, as it relates to our role in response to sidewalks. Department role in sidewalk identification is to work with Public Works by documenting conditions as we receive complaints. We do not have any budgetary funding for sidewalk repair or replacement.
Okay. All right. Very well. We can move on to the update of the city's 2028 comprehensive plan, and how often the plan is updated, and is there any highlights from that plan?
Next slide. The department is required to provide a 10-year comprehensive plan for the city of Wilmington with a 5-year mandatory update. And I'll turn to Tim to add any additional comments relative to the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Starkey. The Delaware State Code, Title 22 requires that municipal governments develop and regularly update a comprehensive plan describing the policies and actions related to municipalities' land use, neighborhoods, transportation, infrastructure, environment, and quality of life. It functions as a legal document for which all zoning and land use actions must stay consistent, and Section 702 of that chapter states that at least every 5 years, municipality shall review its adopted comprehensive plan to determine if its provisions are still relevant given the changing conditions in the municipality or in the surrounding areas. And so, to further answer the timeframe question, it would be a 5-year update to the plan, which would be completed within fiscal year '24.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. If we can move to the topic of vacancies in your department, what is the effect of any vacancies on your department operations, and what's the game plan for filling them?
Well, I provided a chart that lists the vacant positions. Planner 2 position, which is one is located in land use, and another Planner 2 position, which would be located in the planning division. A permit coordinator just accepted another job as a zone enforcement inspector, so that position is vacant at this point. We're really at the screening of the applicants at this point, so hopefully we should have people filled within the next couple weeks.
And for clarity, can you clarify what do you mean by filled? You mean you have applicants in the pipeline?
We have applicants right now. We're screening those applicants, and hopefully we should be conducting interviews within the next week or so.
Okay, very well. You could discuss any position changes at all? Anything worth highlighting?
Did we miss a slide?
No, I don't.
Okay. Department has no position changes currently.
Thank you. And I would like to recognize Councilmember Cabrera as well. And we can move on to the next slide. He discussed the increase of $350,000 for demos.
Well, the funding is used to address properties that require demolition, primarily those that are experiencing structural failures. And I've attached some pictures so you can get an idea of what they look like. Next slide. Here's a property on Lancaster Avenue, 1123. Total collapse of the roof and floors inside. Believe it or not, if you looked on the outside, you wouldn't notice this was occurring internally. Next slide. Another property on West Street, total collapse roof, second floor and first floor, all on the first floor. This property is actually demolished now. We're in the process of finishing it up. We're unable to contact the owner, so we had to demolish it. Another property on Thatcher Street, 1415 Thatcher. Roof collapse, structural issue with the front wall. This property has been demolished already. It's now gone leveled. Next slide. This property was a result of a fire on Market Street, 2006. Major fire in October. It is now down and completed and graded and new wall put up. Next slide. This is a property on DuPont Street, total collapse of the roof. Property has been demolished. Now it's a vacant lot currently. Next slide. This is a property on the corner of 9th and West Street. We actually didn't take the entire building down, but we demolished the rear addition, which, as you can see, is collapsing. For some reason, they had a scarecrow in the back, so I don't know who they were scaling, but that was back there as well. But half of the building is gone, and the owner has been, sent a bill for the demolition costs. Next slide. This is a property on East 17th Street. It's actually pending right now. We really couldn't do anything yet until Delmarva disconnects the bus line that feeds all of the properties in the back. As you can see at the top, there's an electrical line that feeds all of the houses along that street, so we can't touch it until that electrical line is disconnected. So it looks like it's going to fall any day, though. Next slide. This is a property on 3rd and Franklin, which is actually, you can see the window and the walls. If you look very closely, you can see the light through the outside. So we're in the process of demolishing this. We haven't started yet. We've already put it out to bid. We have the prices. We're just waiting on some additional funding. Next slide. This is an example of a major structural wall that collapsed. Again, a property that you would never saw from the outside that looked like this, but the neighbors next door called us and said, you know, the wall had fell and was sitting in her yard. And when we went there, this is what we saw. So this was a major demolition. This demolition has been done. It's a graded site now. It looks beautiful. And we're getting ready to get reimbursed for the demolition costs.
And if you could, Commissioner, could you discuss the criteria that's used?
Well, I mean, typically, you know, if there's any structural issues and the building is actually collapsing, then we deemed emergency demolition. So, in some cases, we don't do the entire building. In some cases, we just try to rectify the violation, like the one on West Street. We only took the rear addition down at this point. We may come back at some point and complete the rest of it, but we try to rectify the major structural issues to make sure they're at least safe.
Very well. We can move on to the next question. Can you discuss the plan use for the department's consultant line?
I'm going to turn to Elliot. He's going to explain this one for you.
Thank you. So our consultant line consists of two consultants, the Code Solutions International. It provides plan reviews for the department. In addition to that, is Larson and Landis. There's a blanket purchase order for $5,000, and it's adjusted based on the department need. But they provide structural reviews of houses seen in the last slides, whether or not it is a structural safety issue, in order for us to make an informed decision on demolition needs.
And is there another, so those are the only two contractors right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And we also have a roofing contractor that we use as needed. I don't,
Small about.
right, very small.
And are either these two main consultants or the small roofer or any of those DBEs?
They are not.
Okay.
Well, what I will add, all of our demolition contractors are DBs.
Okay.
So most of our demolitions are all done by DBs. So that's about 350,000 plus.
Got it. All right. Can you discuss the department's planned use of temp agencies? You notice this is about a $35,000 increase over last fiscal year.
Yeah, I'll have Tim speak to the historic preservation planner. Tim?
Sure. So a major piece of the temporary agencies goes to fund the Historic Preservation Planner, which is partially funded by a federal grant from the U.S. Department of the Interior, passed through the Delaware Division of Historical and Cultural Affairs. The city has received this grant for over 35 years. Temporary salaries contributes part of the salary, with the grant contributing the remainder, which can vary slightly from year to year depending on the federal budget. The Historic Preservation Planner manages federally mandated Section 106 reviews, advises constituents on incentives for historic properties within the city, gives public presentations, responds to requests for National Register evaluations, conducts historic research, generates public history products, and facilitates or otherwise participates in citywide, statewide, and other federal preservation initiatives, plans, working groups, and committees.
And the last one is the temporary salary. This employee provides service to address the backlog of permits that is required to be reviewed and closed. In addition, employee will assist with preparing documents to be digitized and or sent to state archives.
All right. Moving to the next question. Do you have any explanation for the increase in memberships grouping? I believe this is a $32,000 increase over last fiscal year. Is there new organizations that were joined or Is there a reason for the fee
Well,
being higher?
reason for the fees is that we're combining departments, so we're bringing people from, building inspectors from lights inspections who are part of the local and national organization of ICC. And then, the planning department has a list of, and I listed a whole list of organizations that they must be a part of for membership. So I think it was a combination of combining the two departments or reorganizing the departments.
All right. Moving on, can you discuss the NPCs and what the status is? And please take your time on this. And this is something that I believe will probably yield some questions. So if you could take your time, Commissioner, and explain where we're at, where we need to go. Are we possibly going to be refunding it? Just anything you can say about the neighborhood planning councils.
Well, the NPC grant was last funded through the capital budget in 2014. And I'm going to have Tim, since Tim has more of the experience with NPCs, to be able to assist me with answering any of your question or describing or detailing the chart. Next slide, please. What we did is we ran a report for the slide. So, Tim, if you can just comment on some of these issues.
Sure. So, the column farthest on the left, just to the right of the district column, is the total amount allocated through all four funding rounds, starting in the year 2000. Obviously, the amount spent from those four consolidated rounds, and then the total amount remaining allocated per district. ICC, a couple of them are spent down nearly entirely, whereas others have a more substantial amount remaining. These dollars specifically fund the MPC capital grant, which is funded through the biennial capital budget via the issuance of general obligation bonds. And like Mr. Starkey said, the last time the city went to the bond market was in 2014.
Okay. All right. We can move to just any other highlights with any programs and new technology that your department will be using.
Well, this budget line item will be used to fund the remaining scanning and digitizing of all the planning files to be incorporated into the property master file. And what this does is it's a web-based system, so you no longer have to go pull a file. You can look at it electronically. So that's what this budget is going to be used for, in addition to any equipment necessary to continue scanning. Once we're through the digitizing and scanning through the consultant that we're using to do that work for us, we will be responsible for doing it ourselves in-house. And we have to buy a scanner, photocopier, some other additional information, additional equipment in order to facilitate that process. So we've actually done, and I don't call it the L&I, I call it the master file. So that part is just about done. And then we'll move to the planning side of it, documenting all of their files.
Very well. And is there any highlights on your organization chart? Since I know there's a lot of moving pieces of the department, do you have an updated one with like who is who and where everyone is?
The next slide is the latest version with the 3 vacant positions that we listed earlier. So we have 3 vacant positions. Hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, we will have those positions filled. But everyone is in place right now. So hopefully it stays that way for a while.
Is it possible, I know it's been mentioned in other hearings, that we could have picture day where we could have some faces?
Sure, absolutely.
You all are very
Absolutely.
good looking, so.
Absolutely. We're still in temporary offices, so we're hopefully going to move this Thursday and Friday
Yeah.
back down to the 3rd floor. So
We're gonna do the pictures.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much for running through the presentation. You're still in the hot seat for a little bit,
that's
so
fine.
we're going to start with first round of questions.
Absolutely.
I have a few just right off the bat. If we could go WITN to slide for question 10. Yep. Next slide with the chart. What is the because some NPCs don't have any money at all. Is there any potential that we will have a drawdown and then we can go increase the NPC budgets for other districts that don't have any funds left?
What are you trying to say? Transfer it to a
Well, I'm just saying, is there any way we can go to the bond market to replenish NPC funds? Because I noticed some don't have much left at all.
I would defer to Tanny.
I mean, we could do that, but I think there's other ways. You guys just reestablish the Beautification Commission. I would think that would be a way that you would work through it to have more flexibility. Because one thing about the NPC funding, it is capital funds, so the projects have to be capital qualified. And I think that, you know, some of the NPCs are struggling with that requirement, but it is a requirement. And I think the other thing with the NPCs, and this may be up for the President's Council, is to actually, one point in time, the board agreed collectively to redisperse the monies that weren't being spent down because some NPCs are more active than others. And they agreed to that, and that's happened in the past, but that has to be a collective yes from everyone.
And as a follow-up with the NPC, and this may be for you, Chief of Staff Washington, wasn't there a budget allocation for the past 2 fiscal years for an NPC coordinator or a consultant for the coordinator? And what's the status of filling that
Not
position?
exactly a budgeted item. It was a person that, over the years since I've been here, there's always been a staff person that was assigned to the NPCs, and that would actually staff the meetings, go to them information, help them fill out their budgets and things of that nature, create the POs, and, you know, monitor the projects. I did it as a mayor's office appointee. I was assigned to the NPCs at one point in time, but it's always best to have someone that's internal, in my opinion, to actually manage that process.
So who's that person now?
We have a person in our office that Dorian Snyder, one I mentioned
Okay.
earlier. She's been assigned to do the coordination with NPCs. She
Okay.
meets with them monthly and reviews their projects as well. So
Right.
we're trying to do an effort, you know, extended effort to try to help them get through this process.
Excuse me.
But I
You want
that was the only question I had. So we can move to council member.
Could go to the first
All right.
round. I'm sure it was $40,000 put in the budget for NCP, like Debbie Broom was, and I think that's what the problem is, and we keep saying it over and over. Someone, it needs to, since we're talking about the budget, I think that position needs to be in there just for an NCP person, because talking to individuals in the 4th district, 3rd, as well as I think the 5th, most of the people who were seasoned either passed away or they retired out of that position, and you have these people just sitting there because they're not really clear on what these capital projects are. I mean, just looking at that money, and I just don't get why we just don't have a person for neighborhood planning only, not a planner who can, you know, fit in every now and then. I just don't understand why we just don't have a neighborhood planning person in your department to help these people spend down that money.
Can you mind?
Yes, Chief of
answer?
Staff.
Because I think a large part of the problem is not that there's not adequate staffing, is that there's such a serious dysfunction within some of those NPCs, period. And they have their own bylaws by which they govern, and we can't overstep that. They have to want to actually be active and spend the money, and as much time as we spent with them and have educated them on how to spend the money, they have to be functional. They have to be functional bodies. And unless the council wants to disband NPCs, that's what it is right now, unfortunately.
And we do meet with them. And like Tanny said, sometimes there's some dysfunction as a result of it. But, I mean, we're here to help. We certainly are here to help. We'll certainly help them. But, you know, they have to bring the projects to our attention so that we can at least be able to review them.
As a follow-up,
Yes,
do
please.
we have a sample package maybe to give them? You know, like some, like Superior and them, I know they're constantly doing things over there. Maybe give some of the NCPs a sample package. That's, you know, like you said, maybe some of them are dysfunctional, but maybe if you say, here's a package or some, you know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
to show them how they're able to do some, some samples.
Or at least give them a list of here's what
Yeah, right,
qualifies
something
for
like that,
a
because
capital
I keep
project.
saying, they keep saying, well, yeah, right, so that's what it is.
Yeah,
Thank
I mean, we could do that. I mean,
Right, just give them some ideas since they don't know. Then, thank you.
Vice Chair Harley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to piggyback off of what Council Member Oliver just said, hopefully, the council members can get a copy of that example as well as the MPC leaders. And, just two other questions. One, what happened to the salary that was designated for the MPC coordinator?
I'm not familiar with it.
Wasn't a salary.
I believe as a point of order, Vice Chair, I think that was answered already, but I can clarify for the record.
It wasn't a salary, it was consultant money, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, it was off of answer number 2, where the department's role in sidewalk identification is to work with the Public Works by documenting and as they receive complaints. My question is, who do you receive the complaints from, and who do you give the complaints to? Who does those complaints come from? You said you identify them.
Well, they come from constituents. They may come from inspectors while they're out in the field, and then we forward them to Lynn Klaus in Public Works.
You forward them to council members?
No, Public Works, Lynn Klaus.
Okay. Okay, and then what is the follow-up from there? Do you know?
I do not know their process in terms of processing which sidewalks they do first or thereafter.
And the reason why I asked that question is because sometimes constituents will mention that they contacted the city and discussed, sidewalks. And I know there's times I'm trying to understand what they're talking about. So there seems like there could be a little gap there if the complaints are going to Public Works and somehow the council members are not getting that information. So that's one of the reasons why I asked that question.
I can answer that
Yes,
because
please.
Public Works, they have funding in their budget for emergency sidewalk repair, but understanding that we get so many complaints and it's very limited funding that we can only do but so much. And at a certain point in time in the year, when we can pour it senior or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's limited funding, and as a part of our bond bill request this year, we did ask for $1 million for emergency sidewalk repair, so we could do more. But yeah, that's a big ticket item.
And I'm clear on that, Chief of Staff. I was just trying to understand, like, when they receive those complaints, like, what happens to them? Sometimes our constituents think that because somehow it was communicated that either it went through or that their council member knows about it. So that's why I was just trying to understand that. But I can find out more information offline.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, could you give us just an idea of some of the projects that took place in the districts where we see that the money has been spent down? As an example, District 1, you're looking at District 8, District 6, like what kind of projects took place that the NPCs got together, agreed upon, and were able to utilize that funding in their neighborhood?
I'm going to defer to Tim since he's been in the department, has some of the history of NPCs. Tim, do you know of any projects, or
Thank you.
can you illustrate some of the projects that have occurred?
Sure. In fact, we have a spreadsheet that we could share with City Council going back a number of years. I listed a couple of recent projects. First district includes installation of a chess table in Speakman Park, as well as Speakman Townhomes beautification project. And there was also a North Market Street streetscape improvement project. These are all within the last couple of years. And more recently, in the 6th district, there was the 6th district signage project, which included the installation of wayfinding signage for Browntown, Hedgeville, Camden Park, and Bayard Square neighborhoods. Those are just a couple of recent examples. There have been much larger projects in the past. Many of the large dollar projects would be in the city parks, like major overhauls, playground equipment, fencing, other beautification, tree installation, those types of larger dollar capital projects. Some of these funds can be combined with state level funding through state senators and representatives and so on. So there's an opportunity for funding matching, grant matching, and so on and so forth. So I could, since this has been in existence in various forms back to 1991, we could give you piles of examples of projects.
Thank you. Just, give us an idea how our city has been improved with these funds and what neighborhoods can do.
Sure.
So, great to work with you on that, and maybe we can get the word out and get more of these districts utilizing those funds.
And I don't just because while we're on this NPC topic, what work are you able to do to make sure that districts can meet? Because I think that's part of the problem. Is Councilmember Oliver has stated, and I have the same issue in my district, is individuals, because of the bylaws, the prior board is no longer there, or it's sick, or died off, or other issues. So what can the city do to help reorganize? Because I think a lot of the NPCs are stuck on needing to reorganize.
Sure. I think one of the concepts to I guess grasp in terms of the MPC is it's a layered approach, starting with the base most civic organizations, being the civic associations, which would be the grassroots level, and those civic associations then are to appoint representatives to serve on the individual district MPC. So any district MPC may have up to 10 plus civic groups represented on their committee, and then the president or chair of that MPC group then is represented on the leadership group. The leadership group is the group of individuals that the city meets with monthly, and the idea is dissemination up of individual street level, neighborhood level needs, whether it be for public works needs, infrastructure, sidewalks, or parks and recreation. Are there problematic intersections? Are there safety concerns? So those types of complaints, concerns, ideas, which we consider neighborhood level planning, those are supposed to filter up from the civics through the MPCs, and then again the planning division would serve as liaison to city council, mayor's office staff, individual department leaders, and bringing those priorities to the city officials. So in essence, the planning division would act as the conduit between both entities. Obviously, it's a challenge in terms of communication, because you're talking about so many layers. And so we've recently started meeting again. I'm personally attending the meetings with the leadership group, as well as two of my staff, in an effort to reinvigorate the group, sort of do a check-in, see where are we, what things have we missed, where can we improve on, and start moving things forward, because there are monies available to spend immediately. So,
All right, very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas.
welcome.
Chief of Staff.
Yes, I'd just like to add, I think it probably would be a good idea if council looked at the code related to NPCs and how they're established. I think maybe if they don't meet a certain number of times throughout the year, or if their board is really dysfunctional, it has to be some language in there where they can reconstitute it so they can start moving forward. But right now, you may want to think about changing that, how they're set up. I think that's the first step.
Okay. Thank you very much for that helpful tip. Because I think that's a frustration in council members. We can't call the meeting. Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Mills?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, how steady are the reimbursement payments for the majority of demolitions?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
How steady are the reimbursement payments for the majority of demolitions?
Very unsteady.
Very
Most times we can't find the owners anyway. And we have to put liens on the properties. And the properties, once they're demolished, is not worth what we spend on them anyway. But, you know, because they're a safety hazard, we have to take them down. We probably get maybe 2 or 3 a year reimbursed. The one we're dealing with on Broom Street was a bank, so we're getting that money back.
Okay.
It was over $140,000-$160,000, so.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We can wait till next round. I'm gonna see if is there anyone on? Okay. All right, let's jump to the public. Is there any public comments for land use planning? All right. Yes, you have a question, ma'am? If you're signed up, you can actually proceed. Yes. Pleasure to have you. Okay. Take your time and just make sure you speak into the mic and announce your name and where you're from.
Careful with the step.
Yep. Oop. Okay.
Yes, hello. My name is Helen Furman. I'm from Quaker Hill, the 5th District. And in coming here tonight, well, first of all, I just want to say the zero money for sidewalks and then the Neighborhood Planning Council ARPA money, I guess, went out, $350,000 to each district. Is that what it was, ARPA money? No? But money, anyway. And yet we're having this big to do about the ADA compliance, and a big ADA issue is the sidewalks. They go up and down and trip you, and I have to be very careful myself walking down the sidewalk. The other thing that comes to my mind with land use planning are all the vacancies in my neighborhood. 703 North Washington, 409 North Washington, 411 West 5th. These properties have been vacant for 409, I'm sure, over 10 years. And 411 West 5th, not only vacant, but squatted. And now somebody's in there trying to rehab it. They have no permit. And they don't speak English, and I think they feel that they wouldn't know how to start to penetrate the barriers from historic preservation, which should really be a facade program mostly. When I investigated 409 North Washington, I discovered that there was an incorrect name for the owner, incorrect address of the owner. I cannot find the mortgage holder. I don't know who the owner is or the contact information for the owner at 409 North Washington. And I've exhausted myself practically trying to find out. This property's been vacant for over 10 years. It went to sheriff's sale 2 years ago, and in 2 years remained vacant. I think that's a violation of code. 411 West 5th Street went to sheriff's sale a couple years ago, remained vacant, blighted, and squatted. Nothing happened with that. 703 North Washington perplexes me because it's an attractive building. These aren't buildings that need to be demolished. They're buildings that need to be occupied, fixed up, and lived in. And over 2 years, my understanding is, and I could be wrong, is that over 2 years, $4 million has been handed over to the Wilmington Conservancy Land Bank. I think, I don't know this for a fact, I think that City Council approved that money. And I'd like to know what the oversight is, the accountability, how the money's been spent. Can we see it? Is it transparent? I get no help from that land bank. It's sad and disappointing. $4 million, and these 3 properties remain blighted and vacant and have animals in them.
Ms. Claus, your time is running short. Thank you.
Well, I think that's sums it up for now. I'd
Thank
like
you.
some answers, though, City
We will-
Council.
We will follow up with the land use department. Make sure to watch your step. Okay, there we go. All right, is there any other public comments here? All right. Seeing none, I would like to turn it back to members of council for just second round of questions. And I guess I do have one final question, Commissioner, is, just as a follow-up to, I think, the public comment and some of the comments about the land bank. Is there this may be a loaded question, but is there a legislative tool aside from the land bank that we can look into that can, get rid of those kind of properties?
Well, I think first thing, that is a loaded question, but the first thing is to talk to the land bank, bring them in and let's have a conversation, find out what their plan is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then one more follow-up on the fees. If we go back to, I believe, question 2, if we look at the net fees, actually question 1, if so I understand that there is quite a bit of construction. Has your department done the numbers with a proposed fee increase, what those totals would look like for the construction trades?
I think finance has done the numbers. Building permits fees were not included in that fee increase, so we basically deal with the building permit fees, but I think finance has looked at the overall license fees that are being requested in the fee legislation.
Okay, all right. And again, this, trying to keep it germane to your department, is there a discussion about increase in the permit fees?
We had the conversation, but the mayor at this point did not want to increase the building permit fees.
Thank you. All right, any other final comments, council member?
In terms of, I guess, transparency, the land bank meets on Wednesdays, the first Wednesday of the month at 8 a.m. The meetings are open to the public. Right now, they're still being conducted via Zoom. And the land bank gets the properties that the city is able to buy at sheriff's sale. And not all those vacant properties belong to the city. They're still out there. They have owners. And there's just a lot that you have to go through, because again, you can't just go around taking people's property. There's processes in place. So happy to, make sure that the public gets engaged and see the accountability, because it is there. And we have 3 council members on that board holding everyone accountable. That's it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that that announcement. Is very important as I've take part in those meetings as well. So, please, and I believe we will be doing them in person soon. So, Councilmember Cabrera, we will have some in person soon, but that will to be announced. Any final questions or comments by members of council for land use? All right. Yes, council member.
I have to say something to Mr. Jeff Starkey. I'm glad I got back right on time. No, I would like to thank the Land Use Department for always being very helpful and accurate when I'm calling, asking questions, or trying to get a feel for this new Land Use Department, Planning Department. And Tim, thanks a lot for always answering my questions regarding the NCPs. And I'd just like to thank his staff for always really being kind to me. That's all.
Again, thank you very much, Director Starkey, Deputy Director Larkin, and of course, Mr. Lucas. Thank you again for presenting. And as always, Mr. Hayford from OMB, we appreciate your service. Any follow-up information? I know there is some questions that weren't answered tonight. Ms. Marshall Bassnight will be working with the Land Use Department to provide those answers, and we'll publish them on our website. At this time, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Some property moved
Thank
and
you,
seconded.
Mr. Chair.
and the land use hearing is adjourned. As a housekeeping matter, we have license and inspection department hearing beginning at 7 p.m. No, we can't. We unfortunately, FOIA. Good evening, Wilmington. Welcome to tonight's budget hearing for the Department of License and Inspection. We're joined by, of course, you at home, in person and in Zoom. We'll also have Chief of Staff Tanny Washington from the Mayor's Office, along with City Council Chief of Staff Ms. Mona Parikh, and also Chief Financial Officer Ms. Marshall Bassnight. Welcome. This time I'd like to call the budget hearing for L&I at this time to order. I want to first start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance by doing roll call. Vice Chair Harley, 4th District.
Present.
Councilmember Field, 8th District.
Present.
Councilmember Spadola at large. Present. Okay. Council President is excused. Also, I would like to recognize other council persons in attendance by doing roll call. Councilmember Mills at large.
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera at large.
Present.
Councilmember Darby, 2nd District.
Present.
All right. Thank you very much. And I would like to inform, as a housekeeping matter, that public comments will be given at the end of each department hearing. Always, we do have limited time constraints, so we are limited to 3 minutes for each public comment. Any follow-up information that is not covered tonight, again, due to time constraints, Ms. Marshall Bassnight will be tracking questions, and we'll have them online at the wilmdebudget.org website. All questions should again be directed at me, and they should of course be of a fiscal nature. For council members, please write down and preserve each question so that we'll have the round of questioning after the presentation, 2 rounds of questions, and then also members of the Finance Committee will be recognized first. Before I turn it over to Mr. Will Meyer from OMB for a financial overview, and then I'll turn to Commissioner Boykin to give a brief overview of L&I, and then we'll go into the question and answer. So, Mr. Waymeyer Jones, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of City Council. During this portion of this evening's agenda, we will review the major funding changes within the Department of License and Inspection's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. Overall, the department's budget increased by roughly $42,000 or 1.2%. Personal services expenses have a net decrease of nearly $10,000 or 0.4%. Materials, supplies, and equipment expenses are up about $29,000 or 11.1%, and the level of staffing remains the same as last year. Next slide, please. So reviewing the major funding changes are these 3 items. Firstly, driving the net decrease in personal services expenses of $10,000 is the new amortization schedule of the old city-sponsored pension plans, which was implemented by the pension board at the recommendation of the city's actuary. Secondly, the department's budget for consultants has an increase of around $15,000 or 72.9%. And this is due in large part to additional GPS services needed for the department's vehicle fleet. Thirdly and lastly, regarding uniforms and related equipment, there is an increase of nearly $14,000 or 82.7% to purchase new coats for inspectors. Currently, inspectors are either wearing jackets which are over 10 years old, or they're wearing personal items. In closing, this has been an overview of the FY2024 budget for the Department of Licenses and Inspections, regarding which Commissioner Boykin will provide further detail. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Waymeyer. Does anybody on council have any questions specifically for OMB? All right. Seeing none, then I will turn it over to Commissioner Boykin. If you can give a brief overview of your department, and then we'll dive into the question and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we start, I would like to introduce a couple of my staff members here. One is the newly promoted supervisor for the code enforcement side, Yvonne Eve Davis, and my administrative assistant, Marissa Temple, are present with us today. With that, I believe we can go ahead and start. Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes. So if we can first start, we can talk about how your budget is shaped. Well, I guess let's talking about your vision.
Yes,
as
sir.
to- 'cause I know you were brand new last year, so you've had a year under your belt. So, kind of, what is your vision moving forward?
Not quite a year, but
Almost.
almost a year, yes, sir. But the vision statement is present on the board. The department strives to promote and protect a safe living and working environment for all citizens of the city of Wilmington. This is achieved by the implementation of fair and unbiased application of the Wilmington City Code. Our goal is to facilitate voluntary compliance by working in partnership with our constituents, and together we can successfully achieve a prosperous future for our city. Next slide. How we do this through priorities. The first one is respond to constituent services within 48 hours. We strive to resolve issues and violations within a timely manner, work to identify new and unregistered rental properties, increase the number of rental inspections, and increase enforcement of vacant and blighted properties. The next slide, please. The performance measures that we're going to be using to do that is we want to respond, again, within 48 hours to all complaints that come within the department. And we also want to provide, at a minimum, 90 days prior to any criminal enforcement and 45 days for any civil enforcement actions taken by the department. Notify all new owners of investment properties within 90 days of purchase regarding the rental and license requirements for those properties. At a minimum, conduct 500 rental inspections. And every 90 days, we're looking to review all vacant and blighted properties for additional actions that must be taken by the department.
All right.
Next slide.
Okay. All right. So let's dive into it. Thank you very much for sharing that vision, Commissioner Boykin. So if we can go to specifically how your budget is shaped to address the vacant properties and also rental properties.
Next slide, please. Rental inspections and vacant properties registration are part of the normal responsibilities of our clerical staff, our housing inspectors, and code enforcement administrator. The code enforcement administrator is the one who is responsible for the vacant property billing and fees and registration responsibilities. All condemnations is come through the evaluation of land use and planning's evaluation of a property, and they make determination of the safety hazard for all properties and whether or not they need to be demolished. In 2022, we conducted 684 rental inspections, and in 2021, there was 211 rental inspections conducted, and currently we have registered 1,201 vacant properties throughout the city.
Okay. All right. If we can move to the next question, can you give kind of an oversight as to what the proposed budget is for dealing with emergencies in your realm, considering what we've had at Adam Street and also King Plaza, and kind of a path forward in terms of budgeting funds for that?
At this time, you know, I believe we're adequately budgeted for all responsibilities for the department with the necessary resources. Also, with the civil penalty, it provides the department with an additional tool to move property owners towards a positive, voluntarily compliance to get their violations completed. It would be more cost-effective for those property owners to complete the violations or deal with the violations in a timely manner in lieu of receiving a fine of $250 per violation.
You know, when you talk about the civil, is that due to the new ordinance that was
The
recently
new
passed?
ordinance for the civil penalties for all rental property, sir.
Okay. Very well. Moving to the next question, can you discuss any vacancies within your department and time frame for filling them?
Yes, as of April 10th, there are 3 vacant code enforcement inspector's positions within the department due to the most recent promotion of Eve Davis to supervisor. The first one started in January 13th, 2023, and the second one was March 31st in 2023. Both those positions has been posted as of April 10th. The third one was created with the promotion. I was a little bit optimistic when I answered the question of Part B, when I said 4 weeks or sooner, because, I need to take into consideration the human resources process for evaluating and screening the applicants. So hopefully within the next 4 to 6 weeks, we should be able to conduct interviews and hopefully fill at least 2 of those vacant positions. There's no impact on overtime or use of the temp agencies or consultant. And the reason why we would like to have the positions filled is for the effectively doing the business of the department.
All right, and I would like to recognize Councilmember White. Thank you. And also Councilmember Fields as well. Going to the next question. Can you discuss the approximately $250,000 allocated for animal control specifically?
Yes, the animal control is regulated through the state of Delaware. All animal controls throughout the 3 counties are conducted, including the city of Wilmington. Unfortunately, they do not have a means of tracking per animal what they remove from the city of Wilmington. However, in 2022, there was 1,595 calls for services, and in 2021, they had 500 calls just specifically for the city of Wilmington.
Can you discuss the approximately $154,000 in technology requests for your department? Is there any software upgrades that are included as part of that?
Yes, those fundings are for a joint process for both the Department of License and Inspection and Land Use and Planning. And it's for scanning process of the master folders, storage of the physical documents, and the acquisitions of any required equipment for real-time documentation submission by employees. Meaning that once all the things are scanned in, that the employees, when it comes to rental inspections or violations, those kind of things, it will be scanned directly into the master folder for each parcel here in the city of Wilmington.
Can you discuss the approximately $130,000 budgeted for property maintenance and what has the outlook been over the past 3 years in terms of that fund?
Yes, I can, sir. Property maintenance is for addressing vacant properties which the owners fail to respond to violations and citations to correct issues at those particular properties. We're looking to provide relief to the neighboring properties by boarding the properties, removing trash and debris, cutting high grass and weeds and vegetation, and addressing other issues within those properties that, again, the property owners are not dealing with. In 2022, we recouped $77,786. In 2021, $87,508. In 2020, $59,922. But I would add that all property maintenance costs goes down as a lien against a property, and eventually the city should recoup those monies because at the disposition of the sale or transfer of property, they have to pay those particular liens for those property maintenance costs. And then the second part of the question, in 2022, we serviced 353 properties. In 2021, we serviced 374 properties. In 2020, we've serviced 217 properties.
Can you discuss the account line for overtime and standby pay?
Yes, overtime is for after-hour emergency response, and those emergency response are dispatched 7 days a week, and it runs from Monday through Friday from 4:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. the next day and on weekends. The standby pay is for those inspectors that are on standby for that particular week in order to respond to those emergency calls, and that pay is paid for the on-call schedule covering the week, starting Friday at 4:30 p.m. to the subsequent Friday, 8:30 a.m.
Can you discuss the membership in apparel line? Since year to date, you're actually below budget.
Yes, I can. The budget is for the certification for our inspectors, to continue education requirements as per the union contract. It's also required, it's for all resource books, materials, and inspections and inspectors to perform their job tasks, providing all the necessary safety equipment for employees per the union contract and job conditions. And just to share with you that coming Monday, May 1st, we do have training scheduled to get all our inspectors certified, and we have an International Code Council instructor coming in to facilitate the training here in Wilmington. And also, it was already spoken about, and it's also to purchase coats for our inspectors. There have not been any new coats purchased department-wide for over 10 years. So our inspectors are wearing a variety of different outerwear, and some of them are even wearing their personal garments in order to satisfy the cold and other things.
Can you discuss the budget for consultants, and can you specify the length of contract and if any are DBEs?
Most of our contracts are, these particular contractors are paid on an as-needed basis. Willis Pest Control has been consulting with us for 5 years, and they're only for the vacant properties, and it's for wild animals, raccoons, possum, and squirrels. R&F Roofing Company has been consulting with us for 4 years, and they're called out for roof evaluations, emergency repairs on vacant properties, and to provide certified ladders. The reason for the certified ladders is that if, in fact, an inspector has to go up onto a roof of a property, we would have to have the prerequisite certified ladder in order for them to do that. And the final cost there is for the GPS tracking system for our vehicles. And as far as the second part of the question, Willis Pest Control is a minority contractor, a DBE.
Well, can you discuss the amount of funds for the instant ticket program over the past 2 years?
Yes, we have recouped $350,810 and was issued 1,568 tickets. In 2021, it was recouped $322,684 and issuance of 3,428 tickets at that time.
Okay. Do you happen to have 2023 numbers?
No, I do not have the year-to-date, and I'm not sure. John, do you have that year-to-date for the instant tickets?
So you can just estimate the pace or the rate?
I really don't have that for you, sir. We can get that numbers to you, though.
Okay.
But basically, what you need to understand is that there's been a change in focus for what the department is doing. It was a change from the mayor and city administration that they wanted us to concentrate more on the actual properties, facades, and the building safeties. So then we were doing less trash, debris, high grass and weeds, and those kind of things, which the instant tickets covered. So that's why there was a decrease in the number that was issued in 2022. And I'm sure that will stay pace, that we aren't issuing as many tickets as we're doing in the past because the concentration has changed.
All right. And do you have any highlights with your organization chart?
The only thing there is the 3 vacant positions in the code enforcement position. All other positions are filled.
Okay. All right. Very well. Now it's time to turn to council for some questions. I just had one just brief question, Commissioner Boykin. What's the name of the software that you use? Is this the Ptolemy software, or is it something else?
Ptolemy software is a mapping software that's used to plot various properties throughout the city, which you can drill down as far as the number of complaints, both from the police department and other city departments. You can see that in Ptolemy. As far as the software for the Department of License Inspection, we use Salesforce. Salesforce is what is currently in place to do tracking all our internal work.
Is this a new program?
It's a new program as of July 1st, 2021.
Okay. All right. Very well. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Oliver, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm on question 9. You said Will's Pest Control is a DB. R&F Roofing Company, are they in Wilmington, and are they DBEs?
R&F Roofing is in Wilmington, based in the east side, right off of Newcastle Avenue, off of Northeast Boulevard. Ron Tree Service is in Newcastle County, and neither one of those are DBEs.
Okay. Ron's Tree Service has been working with the city for 3 years, you say now?
Yes.
Okay. as a follow-up?
Yes, please.
So you said the focus was taken off some other issues. I know we received quite a few calls regarding L&I giving tickets for like chip paint in the back of somebody's house and it was some real small stuff. So when you give a ticket, how does that work for like some chip paint? Do you just give them a warning? Do you give them a ticket for, is that considered, I guess my question, is that considered an instant ticket?
No, it's not.
Okay.
The chip paint is a violation.
Okay.
Basically, the responsibility is for the area inspector to take a look at the exterior of property. Just because you have chip paint is not automatically a violation. It has to get to the point where it's deteriorated to the point where we see that it must be corrected by that property owner. And at that point, they're issued a violation. And yes, they can receive a warning depending on what is going on in the circumstances. Because sometimes we receive calls, complaints from other citizens, and sometimes it's just from the systematic area checks by the inspectors.
Follow-up.
Yes, please.
So I guess my next question is, how long, if it's a violation, how long do they have before it would be a ticket or instant ticket? Do you give them a certain amount of time as a violation? If it's 10, 20, so when somebody calls and say that, I can say, look, you know, you have to have that repaired within what, 10 or 15, 20 days if it's a violation?
Normal violations, we provide 30 days for a person to correct depending on the severity and whether or not it's a safety issue. If it's a safety issue, of course, they get less time. At a minimum, it's 30 days, and then the property owner can always request an extension for a valid reason for them not being able to correct it, which they normally are granted once they provide us with a valid reason for that extension request.
Thank you. My last question would be, your 3 vacancies, are you currently accepting applications, or are they just?
Yes, we are. The is on the Human Resources website. Person can apply, and it's for the housing code enforcement position.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions from members of council in person? Councilmember Burr?
Okay, I have a few, if that's okay.
Oh, I didn't.
In question number 1, 684 inspections in 2022. Does that include pre-rental inspections? And just define what a pre-rental inspection is. Is that a first time the person gets the business license and it's their first time putting a property or particular property coming online as a rental?
There is no pre-rental inspection requirement. That is just a rental inspection if someone calls in and requests that inspection. Yes, we can do that when a property is brought online.
So we don't automatically do those to make sure that the properties are in good shape before they start renting them out?
Yes, if it's a new property coming online, they've already received information from us saying that there's a requirement for a business license and a rental license, and for them to call in for a rental inspection prior to it being occupied. The 684 that I'm referring to here these are the ones that we have reached out, contacted the individual property owners and say, you need a rental inspection and you need to schedule with us. And I don't have a breakout as far as how many of these are new properties coming online.
And then do we ever go back out, let's say 4 to 5 years, to re-inspect those properties?
The current code requires that every 3 years, a property must be, a rental inspection must be done. However, if it's a new rental coming on board for the first time, it can be given a 5-year extension before that re-inspection needs to be completed.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
I've got a few here. With the vacant properties that we have, out of the number that you had here, are those vacant properties that we know and have the contact information for the property owners, or does that include the abandoned properties in that number?
It includes the abandoned properties in that number, meaning at one point we did have contact information, and the way we track it is, by the year that they've been vacant.
Okay. Thank you. May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Also, we use Ptolemy software, and my question to you is, will we be integrating that with Salesforce?
It has already been integrated with Salesforce. The information is updated, including the CAD information from the police department and other city departments. Fees that are due from a property can be researched through Ptolemy.
Great. And I know that there's, we hear from the landlords, they have their long list of complaints, and one of them is about the communication. What is your plan moving forward as commissioner to just increase that communication and those relationships with the landlords who do make an investment in our city by providing housing to our residents?
And could you clarify what you mean by communication
Well,
with
in
landlords?
terms, they just complain, they don't hear from the city, they call, this happens, that happens. Sometimes even with the business license, they just have complaints about communication. Maybe they don't get the citations. And they say, oh, then we get the citation, but we didn't realize we had a citation. Is there a deficiency in that communication, or is there a way to better improve that with the systems that we're using? Or do you feel that right now we're at the point that we have good communication?
No, well, when we're contacted in reference to the lack of communication, meaning that they did not receive a citation or information from the department, what we do is we do the research on exactly where the system is stating that the property owner is. In some cases, the property owner who then turned it into a rental failed to change their deed information to add a care of address through the Newcastle County parcel search. And what happens is that every month or every 3 months when we update our system, our information comes from the Newcastle County deed website, and it overwrites. However, with Salesforce, we do have a means, once we know that a property owner has changed address or notified of that address, we can change it within our system so the care of address can be inputted into our system so they do receive it. However, there's a little gap in there where that when every time the Newcastle County parcel information is updated, then it overwrites what we have there again, and we have to start the process over. The other problem that we identified was that a property owner may call finance or the water department to change their billing address for those particular items, but there's nothing in the system that would update us in license and inspection. So we don't know about it. So we get the call saying, hey, I don't understand why you don't know that I changed my address, because 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I gave it to the water department. The water department system is not integrated with Salesforce, and that the property change within the water department, public works, or other places don't automatically come to our attention. And once it does, then we normally update it within a timely manner, and we provide them the information that they need.
Sounds like we could work a little bit more efficiently if that was the case. And last but not least, if you have this number off the top of your head, how many rentals do we have registered in the city? And that'll be it for this round, Mr. Chair.
I do not have that number.
Commissioner, is that a number you can?
Yes, we can
make sure you
provide that
send
number.
to Ms. Bass Knight?
I do have the number, but unfortunately, I didn't put it in this package.
Okay.
That was one of the things I definitely knew I had
No
to
problem.
have for you.
And as a housekeeping matter, I do see the council members online. Again, we're going to do questioning in chambers first, and then we'll get to Zoom. Councilmember White, then I have. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, what's the department's policy regarding illegally placed signs throughout the city?
That is not that's not for us. It's for the Land Use and Planning Department, zoning.
So signs on telephone poles or anything that doesn't come under your domain?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Fields.
Yes, thank you. The information about the rental properties, is it possible, are they broken down by districts?
I would have to take a look, but we possibly can just have it developed into that.
Yeah,
But
if you don't have it, that's fine. I mean, I can go by the zip code, I guess, but if you do, it'd be.
It doesn't. What it is that the way our department is situated is broken up by census tract. Apparently, at some point 10, 15 years ago, there was federal money that came into the city in order to establish how they would track information, and part of it was is done by census tract, is how we track our information. However, just like you said, through addresses and other things, we can kind of take a look to see exactly where those property fits within the council districts.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Now I'll turn to Zoom. Councilmember Spadola, since you're on the Finance Committee. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioner. Did I hear you say that the administration deprioritized trash complaints and put it alongside the same level as like a BS chip paint complaint?
No, sir. What it is the concentration of the department moved from those trash complaints, to looking at the property themselves, making sure that we're addressing the entire envelope of our property. So in essence, that reduced the number of tickets that were being issued.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Furthermore on that, and we've exchanged a couple emails, and I appreciate your responsiveness. One of the last things I touched on was, in terms of the administration and your department having a more systemic approach to problem properties to really prevent the next, AJ McCorney situation, as opposed to, seeing a fine, citing them, seeing a fine, citing it. How does this budget give you the resources to take a more systemic approach and collaborate with other departments to truly bring some of these slumlords into compliance?
Well, basically, like I pointed out before, is that the civil penalty tool would be the one to do that. Because in the past, the rental properties had to go through the criminal process, and of course, you understand how long it took for us to get them before the court. And then once it gets into the court's hands, the judge make a decision on a particular property, and of course, the property owner comes in with an excuse or reasoning that the judge takes into consideration, then we have to start over with that particular property owner. The city administration is working in conjunction with the law department and finance to take a look at whether or not there's other tools we can possibly put in place, such as if in fact we find that there's a problem landlord, to maybe possibly do something in reference to his business license to affect it the way it is, by either giving them a temporary license until they're up and to speed with all their properties, or some other mechanism to say, okay, if you're not maintaining your properties, we're going to try to do something a little bit more other than just constantly issuing the citation or violations, which goes into a circular cycle.
Okay. And do the instant tickets result in civil liens on the property as well if they're not paid?
It goes down as a cost to the property, not a civil lien, but it goes to a cost to the property. They would have to satisfy that if the property is sold or transferred. But it's not.
Okay. Yeah, but for the layman, it is a lien in that sense.
Correct. Correct. It is considered a lien, but like the civil penalty is defined as a lien against the property. Same thing with the property maintenance. Anything that we do goes down as a lien to the property and land.
Gotcha. Can you share a success, a specific anecdote of how moving to the civil system has helped to rectify a problem property that wasn't able to be rectified with the previous as a criminal sanction?
I really don't have any historical data to show that we have changed the minds of a problem property owner as of yet, because it's still fairly new. So, but I will be tracking that in the future to make sure that we have that type of information for you.
Thank you. Yeah, and feel free to share that with council. I think it'd be good for everybody to hear. So, thank you for your time tonight.
Yes,
thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
for the questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Darby.
Yes, good evening, thank you. Sorry, my voice is in and out, so I'm gonna try to answer and say some of the things I need to ask or say. So in regards to the inspection number that was given, I love that Councilmember Cabrera asked if pre-rental inspections are included in that. So I know that you'll give us those numbers, but I'm also interested in a breakdown and understanding how many of those inspections were complaint inspection versus systemic ones or systematic ones, which are, every 5 years, right? So complaint versus systematic. If we can get that breakdown along with how many pre-rental inspections and how many units are registered in the city. And I love that we can break it down by district. That would be great. I want to confirm, how many inspectors do we have? Because, yeah, how many inspectors do we have?
We're slated for 18 inspectors, currently have 15 positions filled.
So we have 18 inspectors, and we did how many inspections in the city? Again, can we go back to that slide? Because I'm trying to make it make sense in my head.
Okay, you're talking about the rental inspections?
Correct.
Rental inspections are, again, part of their daily responsibilities. That's not the only thing they did. We handle complaints. We did a whole number of other things other than just the rental inspections. For instance, the complaints that came into the department, year to date, we have handled 1,113 complaints. That's all involving the same 15 individuals that you're speaking of. So it's not just they using just the rental inspections as a gauge for how much they've done. So there's other things that equates to their activity, which, again, we have that information as far as what their daily activities are for the inspectors. But what you ask about as far as the rental inspections, and I can't find the page. I think it was 684 that was conducted in 22.
Okay. May I follow up with one more thing?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think it's great that, because I had asked about the integration between Ptolemy and Salesforce. There is a neighboring city with oh my gosh, I'm so mad I can't talk, that has just a little bit under our number of population, similar economics, and they have 7, and they just increased it to 9 inspectors, and they do 100% inspections on all units. They do some in 4 years, they do another group in 2 years, and they have another group in 1 year. They also have the same responsibilities as our inspectors, right? And they're using Ptolemy and Salesforce. Well, they're not using Salesforce, but they're using Ptolemy, and they use another data software. But they're using similar softwares. They're a similar size city, and they're able to do way more inspections, including the other things that you're explaining that inspectors do, right? So how many inspectors do you think we need to be able to have 100% rental occupancy inspection? If that's 5 years, if that's a 2-year plan, if that's a 1-year plan, how many inspectors do we need? We have 18.
I understand your question, ma'am. What it was is that you have to remember, for over 10 years, there wasn't any requirement for rental inspections. That was just reinstituted that we are required to do these rental inspections. So now you're saying there's a gap between the times that we weren't doing rental inspections to now reinstituting and making sure that we are meeting those obligations. I can't give you a time frame for when we're going to catch up to be able to get to everyone, but again, we're systematically going through the rental structures to ensure that we're going to meet the obligations of doing what we need to be done. So I can't answer that question for you.
Yes, Chief of Staff.
Yes,
I'm
I
sorry,
cannot. Let me,
I believe Chief of Staff Washington has a response as well.
yes, because I believe she's given a really unfair comparison. And if I'm correct, she's talking about Lancaster, which has approximately 58,000 in population, but with only 14% minority population. And so you're almost comparing apples to oranges. So I don't think that in terms of this certain scenario, that it's a fair comparison. So I just want to be clear on that, because I don't want people to think that we're inept or inadequate, or that population reflects what Wilmington, Delaware is. It absolutely does not.
Is there a follow-up?
Can I
Councilmember?
follow up on my question?
Yes.
One more thing. Yes, they are of the same social economic status as the city. They may not meet our racial component, but they're facing some of the same things that we're facing in regards to social economic status. And that doesn't change. It's similar to us, even though the color of their skin may be different, it's the same. So anyway, it is inadequate. It is unacceptable. We have across the city people living in holes. Do y'all understand? So I'm done. We need to do better, and it needs to be reflected in the budget.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. Vice Chair Harley, floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the thoughts that I had in terms of inspections, and I know that, you know, we're on a journey to correct it, and I know nothing happens overnight, and everything is a process. So I was thinking, if it's possible for us to look at those properties where there are citations that are repeated citations. If we had to think of a process in terms of which properties do we inspect, I think it's fair to identify the ones where there are these repeatedly citations. So we cannot, you know, it's a long journey and we have to work through how we're going to try to, you know, fix the whole problem. But I don't think it has to be this or that. I think that could be a good starting place, because when I think about Adams Street, if we had addressed all the multiple citations that the landlord had, if we had that process in place, then those properties would have gotten inspected, and we could have possibly eliminated what happened with the Adams Street family. So I really do think that could be a suggestion in terms of where do we start inspections. Start with the top tier, you know, properties. If it's roofing, if it's electrical, or wherever it may be, start thinking about tiering for inspections, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. That's one suggestion that I wanted to make. And then secondly, I wanted to also suggest that we start thinking about our senior population that end up getting citations, that are on fixed incomes, that can barely pay their mortgage or barely pay their rent. And when they get these citations, can we think about some type of assistance for our seniors that qualify? That's pretty much all that I have. It's just sharing suggestions versus needing a response right now, Commissioner Boykin. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I'm going to now move to public comments. Is there any persons in chambers that have any comments?
They go in the second round.
Okay. Is anybody on? All right. I believe I do see a hand raised. Sir, could you come to the podium and announce your name and where you're from?
He just called me. Did he sign up?
Hello, my name is Brandon Fletcher. I live in the city of Wilmington. I wanted to give public comment today because I think we have a problem in the city of Wilmington with consistent code enforcement and not addressing the vacancies with the power that the administration currently has. The city has existing tools, but doesn't use all of its tools, and the mayoral administration strongly relies on the uses of fines and other punitive measures to address problems with little investment in measures that incentivize equitable development and stabilize neighborhoods. I think from tonight we can see there's been no plan from the administration that prioritizes long-term neighborhood stability and inclusive development. And so I want to encourage the administration to enforce existing policies and procedures that could address the safety and cleanliness of vacant and occupied properties, build upon existing policy, and identify the gaps that support neighborhood investment and improve conditions for homeowners and renters and bring vacant properties back into use. I've had the opportunity to look through the code, and some of this stuff doesn't need to be reinvented. The city has the power to identify issues, request landlords to fix them, and if they're not fixed in 30 days, they can fine the landlords $250 every week for every code violation until it's not fixed. And if it doesn't get fixed, the city can go in and make the repairs. The city has the power to identify the issues, request landlords to fix them, and we could have prevented issues of displacement like Adam Street. The list goes on and on and on. Income from vacant property registration is supposed to be used to rehabilitate vacants. About 1,400 of Wilmington vacant properties are registered, and the city collects $800,000 a year on average in the vacant property registration fees, which is contributed to the general fund. These resources should be able to be used to keep the vacant properties clean, secure, and bring them back into use. In FY23, only 130,000 was the number to address the conditions at properties neglected by their owners. I think that is not efficient. The purpose of that could be monitor the number of vacant buildings, assess the effects of the condition of those, and you can use this as an opportunity to promote sustainable efforts to rehabilitate homes. If you look through chapter 4 of the code, you see there's more and more and more and more tools within the city's realm that you could use to get these homes fixed, to prevent displacement. Another big one is the escrow. The city can escrow rent for tenants who are living in substandard housing when a landlord fails to make repairs after being notified by certain housing violations. Escrowing the rent is a way to try to force action by the landlord, but it's not enforced. So I'm here today just to ask the administration to please enforce your code to address the issues of displacement in the city of Wilmington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fletcher. Anyone else in chambers has any comments? All right. All right. Seeing none online, I would like. Okay, I believe we have a Miss Furman on Zoom. Are you there, ma'am?
Hello?
Yes.
I'm
yes.
here.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a question. With regard to remediation of a property once it has sold at sheriff's sale, what is the permitted amount of time they have to restore the property to use before, the city takes it back?
Great question, Ms. Furman. This is public comment. We are taking note of that question, and we will follow up with the department. Do you have any other comments?
Well, I would like to make a comment then.
Okay.
Because there are two properties in my neighborhood that went to sheriff's sale 2 or more years ago, remained vacant. And one of them is going back to sheriff's sale. When it went to sheriff's sale the first time, the mortgage was redeemed somehow. And then it remained vacant. Now it's going back to sheriff's sale. How many times is this going to continue? That's, I guess, more of a question than a comment, but I'm making the comment that it has to stop. And to answer somebody's question earlier, I believe, what was the question? Well, I'm sorry, I can't remember the question. I just realized that my comments that were directed at real estate and planning, I should have made it clear that one of those properties are owned by the Wilmington Land Bank, 703 North Washington. It's been vacant forever. The Conservancy Land Bank is not putting that into anybody's hands. Oh, yes. And that leads to the next point. A property, I think 501 West 4th Street, 501 4th Street. It was placed under somebody's control, but the guy said, well, I'm going to put all, Section 8 in there. I really want to make a comment about, and this is really more directed at land use planning. Section 8 is a lucrative business for slumlords. Some of them don't intend to be slumlords, they end up being slumlords. Section 8, an entrenched condition of a saturated town that's all Section 8, and if they're all black on top of it, is a racist policy that serves the white establishment to keep all the Section 8 people all in one place and not in their neighborhoods. These vouchers should not be allowed to be distributed, any more of them, in the city, in the corporate city of Wilmington, unless it's in the Highlands, Trolley, 40 acres. And after that, the low-income vouchers should be distributed fairly throughout Newcastle County. The way it is right now, it's a very racist policy. And WHA will just tell you, oh, well, now if they want to take a voucher, we can't say no.
Your words are hurt. We do have fortunately you're at time. Again, feel free to send us an email, and we will follow up with the specific questions that we can have answered. Okay. Thank
you.
All right. All right. I would like to turn it back to council for any final comments. Councilmember Oliver, and then Cabrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boykin, my question is, how's the tracking coming along for vacant properties currently? How's your tracking system coming along for vacant properties?
We're still working on it, and as I said, it's a work in progress. But we're still making headway what we need to do to ensure the accuracy of it. And as soon as we get that done, it'll be posted back on the website again for folks to see.
So scale 1 to 10, where would you say it is right now?
I say we're around a 6. Hopefully within a couple of days, it'll be about an 8.
Thank you. I have a follow-up.
Yes,
could you give me the emergency number for weekends for LNI?
I can give you that offline if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Cabrera.
I know we talked a little bit briefly about Chapter 34 and how we're moving forward now from the criminal to civil. And I know this just got passed and we started it of this year, January 1st, 2023. Do you have any numbers, anything that you can give us on how that process is working? Are you seeing more compliance from the property owners because it's now civil versus criminal?
No, it cannot. It started in July 2021. Unfortunately, there were some errors within that process. And then, excuse me, the law department identified that it wasn't sufficient information on those civil penalties for the property owner to understand exactly what was going on with it. So then we had to revise the entire statements and billing processes. So that was just completed in January. So it's back online and we're utilizing it as a tool. And we only had established one property thus far, but the inspectors, because they was on hold, they have to do their inspections within 30 days before we can issue the civil penalties. So we do have substantial number of inspections going on right now that eventually they will be going out shortly for the civil penalties, and we'll have some more substantial data to present to City Council.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Councilmember Fields.
Yes, I know that I just want to, since this is the public and it was a public comment made, I want to make sure that we're not spending a negative narrative about 501 West 4th Street. The gentleman that is working on his property, he is working with the community. He has came to several community meetings. He has explained his management protocol for these houses. He did say he would accept Section 8, but you know, it is a very strenuous I guess, vetting thing that they go through in order to get these properties. So I just wanted to make it very clear that this gentleman has been through the community. So it's not just all Section 8 black people that will be renting that building. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments from members in chambers? All right, seeing none, Vice Chair Harley, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair. One other thing, I heard Commissioner Boykin mention that, we had 18 inspectors. And my question is that included in the, increase in the fees, would that increase include more inspectors if the legislation passed?
At this time, the fees increase has been under evaluation by the finance department and the city administration, so I don't know whether or not there's any consideration for that or not.
You have a response, Chief
Yeah,
of Staff.
so the budget before you reflects his current staffing level, and the fees actually have not been incorporated into the budget, and we have not included any additional positions as a result thereof.
Okay, thank you, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
And I guess as a follow-up to that, Chief of Staff Washington, is there a way, I know ordinance 23-014 was held. Is there a way we could look at an outlook as to what the staffing levels look like if ordinance 23-014, or at least some version of it was passed?
I mean, we could always consider that, but I think once the legislation is passed, there's a period of time where you actually would amass those revenues. So that's not going to happen instantaneously. So that will be something that will be under consideration probably for the following fiscal year.
Very well. All right. Seeing no other comments, at this time, I would like to thank Commissioner Boykin and his team, of course, and from OMB, Mr. Waymeyer, for providing a presentation tonight. Any follow-up information, please, as always, provide it to Ms. Marshall Bassnight. Same thing for the public. If any questions, please email us at council, and we will get the answer. At this time, I will accept the motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. The Finance Committee hearing for L&I has concluded. And we are running almost on schedule. I believe real estate and housing we have slated for 8 p.m. I believe a 5-minute break will be sufficient. So 8:05 p.m. we will begin with real estate and housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good evening, Wilmington. Thank you for joining us for the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Department of Real Estate and Housing. I'd like to thank those of you in chambers and at home, also our department personnel from administration, as well as Chief of Staff Tanny Washington has joined us as well. We have Chief of Staff from City Council Mona Parikh and Chief Financial Officer Ms. Marshall Bass-Knight with us as well. Thank you for being here. I'd like to first start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance. Vice Chair Harley, 4th District. Councilmember Bracy at large.
Present.
Councilmember Spadola at large. All right, Council President.
Council Member Johnson, did you call my name?
Yes, I have you down, Vice Chair.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
For some reason, I couldn't hear you. Thank you.
Okay. And Council President Congo is excused. Also in attendance in chambers, other council persons. We have Councilmember Mills.
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Here.
At large. Councilmember Fields, 5th District.
Present.
Councilmember Darby, 2nd District. Councilmember White, 1st District. All right. I'd like
Sorry,
to.
Councilwoman Darby's here.
Okay. Yes, I have you down, Councilmember Darby. Very well. I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be given at the end of this department's budget hearing. We look forward to participation from the public. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If there's any follow-up information that is not covered either in the question and answer or during this budget hearing, Ms. Marshall Bass-Knight will track and follow up on those requests. We're limited due to time constraints, so we may not cover everything, but again, we will. The slides will be online, and we will also make sure to follow up with questions. We are limited to 60 minutes for this hearing due to time constraints. Remember that all questions should be of a budgetary fiscal matter. I please kindly ask that my colleagues hold all questions until the end after the presentation, and all questions will be 2 rounds of questions for council members, and members of the Finance Committee will be recognized first as well. I will now turn it over to Mr. John Waymeyer from OMB for a financial overview, and then we're going to have a brief introduction, I believe, by Director Ware and also Chief of Staff Tanny Washington. The floor is yours, Mr. Waymeyer.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, members of City Council. During this portion of this evening's agenda, we will review the major funding changes within the Department of Real Estate and Housing's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. Before we dive into further detail, Chief of Staff Washington has an announcement to make.
Yes, good evening. What you see before you is the original budget that was proposed, what the administration is considering as a result of conversations with City Council. Is actually, you'll see a reduction of $500,000 that's coming out of the budget that's related to the land bank. It is our hope that we can add another $500,000 to the land bank and put it in a special fund under real estate and housing. And that fund would be titled Neighborhood Stabilization. In addition to that, council has requested funding for facade improvements and funding for emergency home repairs. That would also fall under that category with an additional $1.5 million. So the total amount of funds that would be reflected in the special fund would be $2.5 million that will come out of our fund balance.
As a point of order, Chief of Staff, that is, this is an ongoing process, so
Yes.
it's currently not in the
This
budget.
is what's currently being, yes, considered, proposed.
Very well. All right. Thank you very much. OMB.
Sure,
the
thank
floor
you,
is
Mr.
yours.
Chair. So we'll go through these next few slides with that announcement in mind. Overall, let's see if we could go back a slide, please. Great, that's perfect. Overall, the department's general fund budget has a proposed decrease of nearly $1.8 million, or 43.1%. So personal services expenses are down approximately $21,000, or 7.4%, Materials, supplies, and equipment expenses are down around $450,000 or 24.9%. Debt service for the department is down nearly 1.4 million or 64.9%. And 0.23 FTE or full-time equivalent employees were transferred to federal grant-based special funds. Next slide, please. To highlight the major funding changes with personnel in the general fund are the following items. 3 positions have been upgraded, which will increase the general fund budget for personal services by nearly $15,000. These 3 positions are the Director of Compliance and Development, which is funded 40% by the general fund. The Director of Grants and Rehabilitation, funded 10% by the general fund, and the Administrative Clerk 3, also funded 10% by the general fund. The next note here is following an exercise to update the funding for positions in the department based on the number of hours employees work between federal and non-federal projects. The number of FTE in the general fund has been reduced by a net of 0.23 for a savings of around $20,000. And with these changes, the department can utilize additional grant funding in the Home Partnerships Special Fund. Next slide, please. All right, regarding materials, supplies, and equipment, the general fund will continue to support the following programs. The first in this list being $750,000 for the Clean Team program, and this is up $50,000 or 7.1% from last year's budget due to increased administrative costs. And this program is now heading into its 6th year. It hires residents to clean streets and neighborhoods, giving them an opportunity to earn money throughout the summer while providing an important benefit for the entire city. The second piece listed here, which the Chief of Staff spoke about, for the land bank, $500,000 will be eliminated from the operating budget. In its place, funding for the land bank will be provided by the newly proposed Neighborhood Stabilization Fund in the amount of $1 million. And just for a refresher, this program was established to acquire, maintain, and manage vacant, abandoned, and foreclosed properties to restore and repurpose them into productive use. And the third program here is $50,000 for the Live Near Your Work initiative, which is a program where City of Wilmington employees can receive up to $4,000 in down payment and settlement assistance toward the purchase of a new home in the city. And the last piece on the slide is noting that debt service for the department has decreased by approximately $1.4 million, or 64.9%. And this is in accordance with the Finance Department's latest debt service schedule. And we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So this is kind of the other piece of the upgrades. So for special funds, the 3 upgrades will increase the special funds budget for personal services by nearly $45,000. These are the same 3 positions that were listed. These are the other pieces of their funding. So the Director of Compliance and Development is funded 60% by special funds. And the Director of Grants and Rehab, as well as the Administrative Clerk 3, those positions are both funded 90% by special funds. And in a similar nature, the next note shows that looking at the department where employees work between federal and non-federal projects, the number of FTE in special funds has increased by 0.23 of a position, and an additional $20,000 will be funded by special funds. And this focuses on the Home Partnerships Special Fund, with the department more effectively utilizing grant funding within this fund. If we can move to the next and last slide. With respect to grant award amounts, federal funding has been awarded to the city according to the following amounts for the department's 4 special funds. So the first is the Community Development Block Grant Fund. Around approximately $2.2 million was awarded. This is down about $58,000 from last year's award. Secondly, for the Home Partnerships Fund, about $719,000 was awarded, and this is up $137,000 from last year. Thirdly, out of 4, the Housing for People with AIDS Fund, approximately $950,000 was awarded, and this is up $127,000 from last year. And lastly, the Emergency Shelter Grant, or ESG, about $197,000 was awarded, and this is approximately up $8,000 from last year. In closing, this has been an overview of the FY 2024 proposed budget for the Department of Real Estate and Housing, regarding which Director Weir will provide further detail. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Councilmember Nathan Field, who's present with us. I guess first off, I just have a question about the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. So this will, and this is an OMB question, I believe. So this would be a new account line, right? Would that fund be new?
Mr. Chair, this would be similar to when we created the Economic Development Strategic Fund, where we had other funds where we go and we take fund balance, create it, it becomes a special fund, and then it transcends the end of each fiscal year. It lasts until it's spent down, and then you can infuse more money if so desired.
And Ms. Bass, I have a follow-up question.
I just want to expound upon is also when, as the budget ordinances would be amended, it would list that particular fund and it would show any transfers from the unassigned fund balance, and it will list out that particular fund as well.
That's correct.
Thanks.
So this, as a follow-up, Mr. Greco, this is a fund that's going to be new that can be used over multiple fiscal years.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, will it, I guess we have to work through this, but will it be restricted to federal guidelines or state guidelines?
No, this is general fund. It's being funded by general fund balance, so it will be restricted only by what the city council and the administration decide the guidelines should be.
Okay, so we would have to implement guidelines for this new fund.
Correct.
Okay. And do we know where the, I guess, the funds for this, the initial infusion would come from?
It would come from the tax stabilization reserve, which used to be the unassigned fund balance in the general fund.
Okay. All right. Is there anything to add, Chief of Staff Washington?
No, he pretty much hit it on the head.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's, I guess as a follow-up, it's contingent on budgets being stabilized and us still having the revenue to come in.
It's actually coming from existing fund balance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. All right. Anybody else have a question for OMB specifically? And thank you very much, Mr. Waymeyer, for covering this. I do have some council members online. Vice Chair Harley.
Yes, Mr. Chair, do I ask my questions about the clean teams now or later?
Later, it's going to be addressed. This is for OMB type matters.
Okay, all right, I'll wait. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. And thank you very much, Mr. Greco and Mr. Waymeyer. And now I'll turn it over to Real Estate and Housing Director, Mr. Ware. The floor is yours, sir. If you can give a brief overview, then we'll go into the question and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2024 Real Estate and Housing general budget. I will give a brief overview of the department. I will answer the questions accurately, and if I don't have the accurate answer, I will make sure that that will be followed up with Marshall. Would like to offer that our mission statement is really about improving the quality of life for the residents of the city of Wilmington. When we talk about how do we do that in partnership, and we do that through administering grants. If you look at our budget, the majority of our budget is actually special funds, and those special funds are the CDBG, the HOME, the ESG, and the HOPWA funds, the federal entitlement funds. When we talk about what the change in the department has happened over the years, is that we have moved closer and closer to being grant-making machine and being a best practice grant management organization and much less of a brokerage or construction company. When we talk about our priorities, certainly we're looking at affordable housing, decent, safe, and sanitary. We look to engage in activities geared toward that stabilization with either internal or external partners, and homeownership is a high priority for us. I think you'll see that in some of the budget lines that we're offering for your consideration. When we talk about the real estate and housing department, the core activity is really supporting organizations and making grants to provide services to the Wilmington's most needy residents. We administer and fund programs to create affordable housing, preserve existing housing, and help stabilize neighborhoods through services. And once again, the affordable nature of homeownership, which is it's a challenge right now, is one of our priorities.
Let's just dive into the questions. So if you could, Mr. Ware, just share with your budgetary priorities, especially the priorities the council has already shared about the facade program, emergency repairs, aging in place, homeowner lease program.
Mr. Chair, you just took my line. That was basically our priorities. When we talk about the nature of the budget and we talk about the amounts that are being talked about, we believe that they could have an impact. What the real estate and housing department really has moved towards through the pandemic is coordination with other departments in the city. We meet regularly, and also I like to add the land bank. We meet regularly with the land bank. We meet every other week with L&I. The law department and the mayor's office is in part of a robust partnership internally that we've worked for us. When we talk about the activities that are the most priority right now, certainly we talked about the Clean Team, Live Near Work. That is a program that is just for city employees, and that actually has benefited 12 employees over the last 2 years. Talk about the activity lines of down payment settlement assistance. There's $200,000 in this budget of non-federal money to match a $300,000 line that we have with federal funds. So we're looking at a homeowners assistance program that would be funded this year for $500,000. And we also have a line of $300,000 that is also non-federal activities, acquisition, stabilization, maintenance, and demolition activities to coordinate, support activities not only with our internal clients but also with the land bank. When we talk about the budget and we talk about city-owned properties, there's 278 properties that fall under the real estate and housing department. Now, many of those are parks, fire stations, public works facilities, community gardens, residential lots, and some structures. Right now, we only have 13 structures right now in our inventory. There's 7 that are in West Center City that we're moving towards very soon, settling with 7 Jumpstart graduates for the rehabilitation there. We have 3 rehabs that we are actually working through the department ourselves. We own the buildings at the Allied Kid building on 11th Street, and we lease a building to the Urban Bike Organization. There's approximately 69 lots, and a lot of those lots are tied up with federal funding, and we're working hard with HUD right now to see some of those solutions so that we can be creative in moving those out of our inventory.
All right. Can you discuss the planned use of the $1.8 million in community funds?
Absolutely. As far as, first I'd like to announce that on Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning, there is a public hearing. This is a series of hearings so that we will have one public hearing. We'll also get on the Community Development Urban Planning Committee agenda. We are out right now under public comment, and the annual action plan along with the budget is posted on our website for public comment. Some of the highlights there, as I mentioned already, is that we do have a line for down payment settlement assistance. Of course, we're very excited about the possibilities of the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. We have homeowner rehab. We have a facade program right now that's federally funded that's basically is driven out of citations. So when Michael Boykin was here talking about citations. We actually have a flyer that is also dropped off with any of those citations. It's income driven though, and I think that's one of the challenges that we found, that there's a lot of folks. It's a benefit cliff. If you are making $54,922, you might be able to qualify. If you make $923, you're ineligible. So that's some of the challenges we found with our federally funded citation response facade program. Of course, we have fair housing activities. We are projecting about 20 grants for homelessness prevention or services, youth and families, reentry support. There's 4 grants that we are looking specifically for homeownership or affordable rental production. I happen to believe as a professional that affordable rental, multi-units under one roof, really stabilizes the neighborhood and also creates opportunity to provide case management services for those folks that are living in those multi-unit facilities. We have tenant-based rental assistance and for HOPWA programming, and we also have about 9 grants that we're recommending for rapid rehousing. We have, maybe you've read about in the paper lately, but there has been some controversy over what HUD wants versus what we do locally. And the HUD mantra currently is that they want permanent housing for homeless and they don't want shelters. And that is a change for some of our organizations because they are very good at running shelters. So we are looking at these dollars to see if we can be as effective as possible when we are helping the most needy in the city of Wilmington.
And as a housekeeping matter director, can you can you again say for the public what is at 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. there is a public hearing. There's a Zoom public hearing, and that gives an opportunity for us not only to walk anyone that is interested through the budget as being proposed, but also allows for public comment. And that public comment is taken into consideration and is also part of the process. When we talked about the HUD requirement, HUD is very, very specific on dates and opportunities for the public to have input. And as far as, I think it's a really important piece that we stay connected that way to the community.
So there's public hearings for the use of the federal funds?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Gotcha. All right. Thank you very much, Director. We'll move to the next question. Can you discuss the approximately $4.1 million for the federal fund programs?
Mr. Chair, I think I covered most of this, and as much that the proposed budget for the special funds is based on the approved five-year consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. That's the CAPER. And then what we do is we report on a yearly basis as far as our activities. So the CAPER is available on our website, and the annual action plan is on as a draft right now. So the 5-year CAPER, actually in this coming year, we'll be working on our next 5-year, which is again an opportunity for the city of Wilmington in general to comment on where those dollars, we want those dollars spent. I'll use the example as far as, when we do an evaluation of submissions for grant applications, we use that 5-year consolidated plan as part of the process to review those RFP submissions.
Very well. We can move to, it's kind of a large question, but
Yeah.
Can you disguise the funding source available, affordable housing, homeowner repair, DLAD, pre-rental inspection housing, homelessness, also youth? So we kind of provided you with a loaded question. I know we could spend all night probably talking about it. If you could just give in broad strokes just the overview and where council members of the public can go for more information about this program.
Absolutely. Yeah, I understand they call it Marathon Monday in Boston, but I don't want to make it a marathon here. When we talk about affordable housing, we provide grants for not only rental, but also home ownership as far as affordable housing through the special funds. Homeowner repair is covered that way. Housing counseling currently right now is being supported robustly by the state and by the private industries, specifically banks. Homelessness prevention and youth programs, they are all funded through the HUD funding that we have. There's also state resources, which in quite a few of these areas have been consolidated into a state agency, and that's by the funders. The continuum of care was created by HUD, and that is why a lot of those funding sources now go through that, which is basically a statewide organization. As far as DLED, right now we are participating with the $1.3 million partnership with Newcastle County. That is also a federal grant. It was a very exciting day today. We received 7 applications. What we do with that program is that although the county has the staff and the dollars, we do the federal environmental reviews as the responsible party. So we are involved in a ongoing basis with that particular activity. And as far as right now, pre-rental inspections, there is no funding in my budget that would address that.
Okay, and that would be Mr. Boykins. That'd be Commissioner Boykins.
Yes.
Can you share with us if there's any budgetary allotments for discuss opportunities such as enterprise zones and purpose-built communities?
Well, I just received notification today that the Choice Neighborhood grant that we had worked on with WHA and with Reach Riverside, we have been accepted into the implementation grant phase, which is a very exciting proposition. That's up to $50 million that can be awarded to the city. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves and continue to work on that particular project. The enterprise zone activities are managed through the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, but in our special fund home budget, we're projecting $511,000 for the Reach Riverside and Mommy Village Phase 3. And that is an 8-phase project. So we are making our contribution to support that on a yearly basis.
Thank you very much. We could move to now internally talk about your department. I know it's a lean and mean department, but if you discuss the vacancies and what your timeline is for filling.
Yeah, we're not a big agency, and over the last, say, year and a half, we have become leaner. When I talk about the folks I need to acknowledge, they're here tonight, Shamika Ponzo, Tom Ford, and Carol Watson. It was just the 4 of us for a couple months, and I'm sure the council and citizens can appreciate that when you make a grant and there are requests for payment on those grants, the band keeps playing. So it's not a situation where you can say, hey, we don't have anybody. So there had to be some decisions made on what we can do and what we can't do. One of the things that we stayed in hardline to is that we wanted to continue the funding flow to our grant partners. When we look at some of the positions that are currently empty, there has been a 22 and a 23 empty. We've had some turnover in 2 of our positions, actually twice. So our senior program director, we had a vacancy in 22, and then it's been vacant since January of 23. Our financial administrator, we had a vacancy in 22, and again since December of 22. And they were approximately 9 months and 8 months of vacancy. One of the challenges that is in addition to the challenges that is currently in our marketplace as far as hiring is that it's very specific. You don't have a lot of people that are walking the streets that are saying, I have specific knowledge and experience in managing HUD, CDBG or home or ESG or HOPWA. So we have found a lot of folks that have transferable skills, but not specific skills. And we've actually had to post a couple times to see if we can get the best candidate. I think that it's probably been discussed that when we talk about the requirements of moving into the city and our pay scale, it is sometimes a pretty steep mountain to climb. But we've been successful. We actually just made an offer today to our financial administrator. We're very excited that that person is going to accept. We brought a program director on, someone that had experience in public housing in Chicago, which Anthony's working out very well. We're posting our senior program director either the end of this week or next week. Because another thing that happens is that when you are looking to fill positions, not only do you have to spend some prep time, although we've had a lot of support from HR, but on any given day, you might have to give the whole day up for interviews. And when you only have 4 people that are operating the department, you have to make some decisions there. So we feel like we're past midline on that. We think we're building a good group of people that fit together. When we talk about the opportunity, I know it sounds like a little hopeful, but we had a lot of people that were in that department for a long time, and there's change that has to happen. And when you bring new people in, it's a little bit easier to have that change happen. So we're feeling we're going to be coming out the other end very well. When we talk about overtime, that was not affected at all. When we talk about temp agency, yes, we did bring in a temp agency to help us with our financial administration. As I say, that was what we prioritize as the most important, to keep those grants flowing. And then as far as our consultants, we had brought on a consultancy for our HUD work because, as I mentioned earlier, we had 2 turnovers in very important positions that we felt that it was the best for the city's liability that we brought someone in to give us some help. We do have a plan to address that, in as much that we have researched, and there is a software program that we're very interested in adding to our arsenal. It's called Neighborly. It's cloud-based software, but it's basically a grant management and reporting software. So it's going to allow us to do a couple things right now that we can't do. We can accept, review, and score grant applications online. We can allocate and track subrecipient grant funding. Those subrecipients can submit invoices, accomplishment reports, like the Section 3 report as an example, electronically, versus right now we have to do that by hand. When we are dealing with some of our subgrantees, they are experiencing the exact same situation that the Real Estate and Housing Department has experienced, and that when people leave, it's tough to find folks that have specific skill sets. So we're hoping that this will give us a leg up there, not only for us reporting to HUD, but for our subrecipients to report to us. It's going to be able to generate a CAPER, and that CAPER report is a significant piece. So we're hoping that, not the people way, but we're hoping that the software way, we're going to also increase our compliance capacity, which, again, it's a situation where if we don't do it right, it creates liability for the city.
Can you discuss any position changes? I believe they were discussed in the opening by OMB, but is there anything else you can shed light on?
I would offer to council and to the general public that this is an effort to increase our compliance with our grant making. It's to acknowledge the work that's done by these individuals. So if you see that in the 2 of the titles, compliance and grants is added to the title and that responsibility. When we look at our admin clerk, that position is going to take on the added responsibility of being the point for our down payment settlement assistance. So that would be not only of the response to the settlement attorneys, to the housing counselors, but also to do some community outreach to make sure that we are having it advertised correctly to the public, that we are rounding out the folks that are taking advantage of it, and to really get it back up and running. The Real Estate and Housing Department has been doing the linear work for the city, but it's been quite a few years since we've been doing a general program, and we know that that's going to be, in reality, another startup.
Okay. Very well. Can you just touch on the
Hello?
consultant? Okay. I don't know what that was, but anyway, Director, if you could discuss the consultant line. I know you touched briefly on the financial end. I see there's a Jeter Company.
Yep.
As a point of clarity, is that former city auditor Earl Jeter?
Correct.
Okay.
And Earl and Company, they basically help us in as much that we need to report under our grants hourly what our staff does. And then that needs to be reported into a platform that HUD talks to, and that platform that HUD talks to does not talk to Munis. So when we talk about the communication between the internal platforms and the external platforms, Jeter and Company help us with that. As far as the M&L Associates, they are the folks, they're out of Pittsburgh, and they are currently our HUD consultants, and Jeter and Company are a DBE enterprise.
Okay. All right. And Jeter and Company is a DBE, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Turning to the next slide, if you could just give a brief, or I believe there's a breakdown of the neighborhood clean teams. Would you
Yes.
mind going into that briefly?
We are feeling that it's a strong effort in our communities. We are still connected to the local folks that live there, and one of the reasons we know that is because it's a challenge sometimes to change their delivery pattern because of transportation. Well, oftentimes it's someone that's working for a particular entity needs transportation if you move them out of their community. So we're trying to do as best we can there. When you look at it, there's 4 organizations that are performing at a high level right this very second. Example of that is that they usually take off the cold months. This particular winter, the temperatures did not dip to a very low level, and there was the opportunity for one of these organizations, Temple United Learning Center, to offer some assistance to us to continue the clean. The reality of this program is that I don't think we're changing behavior. What we were doing is we were cleaning streets. When we talk about the increase in the budget, really that is focused on if they come out and work during the wintertime, plus there is there's increased costs across the board. We do as much as we can to save efficiencies so that they all, say for instance, we've encouraged them all to take workman's comp from the same organization so that they can negotiate as a bulk buyer. When we talk about the internal clients, the Public Works Department is a gigantic partner in getting this done the way it gets done. But we also see that there's relationships that are built between these folks that are out on the street because they are of the community, versus if we talked about someone that came in and was just hired to do it. I think that we would have a whole different outcome at the end of the day.
Very much. And is there any highlights with your chart?
No, I just think, I think at this point you see that we still have a couple vacancies with our senior rehab and our development specialist and our senior program director. We should have our financial administrator solved this week. We're going to have the senior program director advertised next week, and then that will just give us a development specialist and a senior rehab player to be named at a later date.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Director Weir. Now I'm going to open up to questions. I did have one question, just I believe it was the last slide about the clean teams. So I know there was a, budgetary, increase for the clean teams. Is that amount going to flow down to the salaries of the employees, or is it mostly admin costs?
Well, we allow each individual organization to manage their own budget. We know that there's going to be an increase in costs, but I would imagine that there is enough in that 7% increase to have some flow to the actual staff.
Do we know how much the minimum pay rate for the clean team members are?
I would have to confirm that. I can make a guess, but I would rather not.
Okay. And also as another follow-up, it goes to slide 5 or question 5 about the enterprise zones. Are any of the discussions in the enterprise zone activities in the purpose-built communities, is there any discussion about any potential plans in the west side of 95? I understand that there's projects already going on the east side, but is there discussions about things west of 95?
Well, the Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank is working in the Hilltop right this very second. When we talk about that connection between the city and the land bank, it is a strong and tight relationship. We know that smaller areas, bigger impact is what we're looking for, both in the east side and the Hilltop. We would anticipate that we're going to get the Choice Neighborhoods award, and that would then take our Ninth Ward and out on Governor Prince, and really between Market and Governor Prince, out all the way to the city line from Concord Avenue. So we'll see some investment there too.
Okay. All right. Now we'll
Follow
open
up,
the
Mr.
floor.
Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Bracy.
Could you talk a little more about you just mentioned briefly, that was my question, the location of where this choice neighborhood would be? So it's not, so does it start with Riverside, where the Reach Riverside project is? And then which way does it go? It goes towards the city?
It goes west. So it would start certainly where the Riverside Reach area is. Without having the map in front of me, I believe it runs to the river, up to Market, along Vandiver, out Market, both sides of the street on Market, out to, I want to say 40th Street, maybe, something out that far, and then back down around.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember,
I'll call it.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Director Weir. I'm going to start with my first question is, I want to get an update because the city does have funds to help people who are displaced, et cetera. So is the city paid for the cost of the displaced residents from 800 Adams Street that are housed at the Hope House? I understand that we are reimbursing that to the Hope Center, not Hope House, the Hope Center.
We have a contract with Emergency Shelter Grant with the Hope Center, so we actually have a contract with them already, and there was also some additional funds that were allocated through the mayor's office.
Great. Let me ask this. Do we know to date how many residents, how much of an investment that we made to take care of the residents that were displaced? And are there any residents that still are displaced and do not have a permanent home or residence that might still be at the Hope Center or elsewhere?
Yeah, Councilmember, I'll have to confirm those numbers as far as, I am not sure at this point whether those folks have moved on to permanent housing or not. There's a lot of discussion at the Hope Center of creating some permanent housing there so that it helps pay the bills.
Okay, thank you. I'd be interested in seeing what go ahead.
Yes, it's my understanding that all the individuals that were at all the families that were at the Hope Center as a part of the Adams Street issue have transitioned out of the Hope Center. That's what I've been told.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, I understand that there is a possibility, and this is discussions with HUD and the county, that the city of Wilmington is considered their own segregated area, that we may not be getting the assistance for the down payment assistance program that we currently get, which means that the only program we would be left with, if that were to happen, would be the one that we're implementing with a $200,000 monetary budget put into this budget. If that program were to go away, my understanding is that the monies and the funds that the county provides the city is $200,000 per month. So that would definitely leave a deficit in trying to encourage down people to be homeowners in the city without that down payment assistance. It's just something that came across today, so I'm just wondering if you have any information along that and what we need to do to be proactive to make sure that this does not happen.
Councilmember, I'm not aware of any county money that comes into the city for down payment settlement assistance, certainly not through my department. They might make down payment settlement assistance grants to folks that are buying in the city from their funds. But I'm not aware of anything that comes in. I can certainly, chase
Well,
it down.
it's not that they give us the money, it's the people that apply that are buying a home, they get the down payment assistance currently through the county. We don't even have our program up and running yet.
Right.
But that's down payment assistance that they qualify to get through the county. And if they shut that down, then people who are buying in Wilmington would no longer qualify to get that assistance.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying to me, and yes, if
Okay,
Newcastle.
well, then this is something we definitely have
Newcastle
to
County
discuss.
would be doing their own budget on that, yes.
Okay. And then you did mention briefly about the work of the land bank and some of the neighborhoods that we're in. And I did want to ask, you're on the board of the land bank as well as some of the members of this council. Are there any highlights or updates that you would like to share with us in the progress that is being made with the investments that we're making in these neighborhoods and across the city?
Oh, absolutely. I think there was a question earlier on about, what was our investment and where was it spent? I'd like to assure anyone that's listening that every request for payment is backed up by documentation. So when we talk about, that's one thing that it comes to the real estate and housing department and then goes to finance. So as far as, when we talk about accountability, there's a high level there. When we talk about, the number of properties that they have moved from vacant to vibrant, we're talking about, I know in 21, they claimed they had done 184, and I know they've done at least 50 or 60 between then. So, we're over 200 there. When you talk about the demolitions, they were given a lot of properties that day one should have been torn down. So, when you talk about their progress there, 50 properties that were taken down by the land bank. When you talk about, how many community gardens have they been working with the community on, they're the problem solvers right now, the way that the system's put together. So, when we talk about, say, for instance, in the real estate and housing budget, those non-federal activities, we're looking to complement what they're doing. So I would think that this year has seen a big growth of production for them. They've kind of settled down in their disposition process so that it's very clean. There's a separate committee that reviews those applications, and then it goes to the board. I know they've identified that although currently with ARPA funds and with some congressional earmarks, the funding looks pretty good right now, but they've also identified that that's not forever, which I think for organizations is very important. You need to be nimble, but you also have to be looking down the road and knowing where your financing is coming from. And I think they've done a good job in raising and having those conversations, asking those questions, because I think that's, when you talk about sustainability, that's a big piece of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, and thank you for all the work that your department and all are doing. As lean as it is, you guys are doing an amazing job, and the wonderful staff that's here, Ms. Watson. Love you, babe. You do a great job, all of you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. I believe Vice Chair Harley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to commend Director Weir for the work that he does in his department. Whenever I have reached out to him to address any of my constituents, his department has always been very responsive and handled the problems. I have a couple questions, about 3 questions, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And the first one is regarding the clean teams. The clean teams, I saw on the chart the areas where they are designated right now. And I will tell you, Director, we're over on 8th Street in Southbridge, where they closed down the Albert School. The trash over there, I ride over there about once a week. It is like horrendous. And it's basically 2 blocks. And so if there is any way possible, we can either rotate the teams because the east side is not far from Southbridge. We're talking about like 2 blocks. I think it's Claymont Street, was A Street between Claymont and Newcastle Avenue, right there where the fire station is, where that park is. And again, across the street where Elbert School is, like out on the street, A Street. It's A Street where it's like so much trash there. So if we could possibly talk about this offline, I'm not sure if we have to actually include more money in the budget versus maybe some of those teams that are serving the east side between Walnut and Church and 4th and 12th. If they could maybe like one day a week go over to Southbridge and just sort of do, clean up A Street, those 2 blocks. So do you think that's a possibility?
I think we're in perfect timing because we're going to start a new contract. This again is a growing program, and the expectations grow as well. We have had them, we kind of joke about they're our Marines, hey, you got to come over here and fix it, So I think that the conversation is good timing. We will go under contract on July 1st, given the budget being approved, and we should talk it through before we go into contract with them.
Okay, awesome. The other point I wanted to make was that you were talking about having some difficulties replacing some of your vacancies and positions. As we know, with consultants, there's more flexibility in terms of them not having to be a resident of the city of Wilmington. And have you considered consultants for some of those jobs, those positions where it requires like specific type of skills?
Yes. The M&L consultancy, as an example, they are doing all the federal environmental reviews that previously had been done out of the planning department. So we had a little bit of a conflict if we were making the grants, doing the environmental reviews. So there was a little separation between planning and real estate and housing. As you mentioned, consultancies are flexible. They sometimes save you money, but you also have to manage them. So, we're looking at how to be as efficient as possible. And if you look at our budget this year, one of the things that actually Shamika and John from OMB have done a really, really nice job on is that they've modeled how we can use more federal funds for our salaries. So that's when you see some of those reductions. It's directly for their work, and that's another way when you start talking about how you can use that money differently. But at this point we're feeling that we need some in-house folks. I happen to be a person that believes that with a small group of people, the synergy is really important. And if you don't have everybody in the building, sometimes things drop through the cracks and get lost.
Yeah, I understand that. And my last question, Director Weir, is regarding the $10,000 that we were supposed to be giving individuals to help individuals with home ownership. We talked about it last year. And have we given anyone any money, any of those dollars yet? Because I know we've been talking about it for at least a year and a half. We talked about individuals having to go to these first-time home buyers programs. So I know I have been pushing the message out to residents that they should go to the program first, because that's what we said. They had to complete the program before they could qualify for the money. So I know I've been out there encouraging people to take these classes, and I wanted to know, have we started giving any of that money out yet?
My answer is clearly no. We have not launched that program. My additional comment would be that keep sending people to us that are interested in living in the city of Wilmington. One of the things that the Real Estate and Housing Department does very well, and primarily through Carol Watson, to be very honest with you, is that we act like a concierge service. If someone calls us up and says, hey, I have a need, we do our darndest to match that person up with resources so that we answer that need. There are programs right now that are out in the community that we do steer people towards, but we're looking forward to putting a city program together as soon as possible. I'm a little gun shy because we've had some problems with HUD. And I'd rather not make any more mistakes and create liability for the city. So if it's being too cautious, I'll take responsibility for that. There's a lot of pieces when you start talking about taking folks' their income and what their house is costing them per month. And HUD has gotten more invasive. They want to know what the numbers are, and they want to basically say, no, we're refuting you that this person shouldn't be getting a mortgage. When the bank says, yes, we'll give them a mortgage. So we're working through that. And as I say, I might have erred on being too cautious. But, I also am a believer that, if you underpromise and overdeliver, it's better than the opposite. So we didn't want to be in a situation where people were coming to settlement and we weren't providing the dollars that were necessary. So, and I think that's a big mistake. Right now we're anticipating that we're going to be able to launch this somewhere in that July when we have the budget passed, so we can have non-federal and federal. I've talked about that benefits cliff. It's very disappointing to people that if they make one more dollar, then the feds will allow that you don't have anything else to offer them. So we're hoping that that's going to round us out.
Okay, all right, thank you, Director Weir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fields.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say, thank you, Mr. Weir, for being here. I'd like to say also, I appreciate you coming out on Saturdays to push the home buyers, the program that the city has about the down payment of $10,000. My question to you is do you know if there's less housing or more people? Like, you know what I mean? We don't have the houses in the city for the people, for the demand of the people that we're asking to move to the city of Wilmington. And so because I guess because I stay engaged with Pursuit to Own, and I'm always looking at the different housing opportunities, I know that we need more housing in order to in the city of Wilmington for these sustainable houses or affordable housing, however you want to name it, so that we can get people to buy in the city of Wilmington. So I was just wondering, am I correct when it is like we don't have enough? It's not enough houses, are we working on that? We're working on it, but we're not quite there. So we have people that's in home buyer programs that are waiting to purchase homes, but there's none available.
You're right. It's a very complex set of circumstances. You have the values in our city which you cannot match anyplace else in the state. You can't match it in Philadelphia. When you're talking about a rehabbed home that's for sale for $160,000 to $175,000, that beats the brakes off of everything. You have also, though, folks, and I've got this feedback from specific people that, you know what, when you have a vacant property on your block, if it's not a problem, there's another space to park your car. And there's some folks that are like, you know what, I kind of like it when there's nobody living in that house. Again, as long as it's not a problem. So I think we have to keep our eye on the prize of a stable neighborhood. I think we have to keep, we're engaging with quite a few minority-owned entrepreneurs right now through some of the ARPA funding. And I see that in this fiscal year, I see that paying off in a lot of ways. I think that we're going to see things happening. And, right now the mortgage rates and the interest rates are in flux. And, when someone says to you, that's okay, I'll buy your interest down and, in 3 years you can refinance. That's a lot to ask for somebody who's a first-time homebuyer.
Absolutely.
You know, if somebody's a little more sophisticated, you go, okay, I'll refinance, everything will be fine. You say that to somebody that has never experienced that before, it could be scary. So I think there's some folks that are just need a little more stability in the marketplace to make the jump. And, you know, when we talk about our neighborhoods, if we talk about West Center City, we talk about the Hilltop, we talk about the East Side, we talk about the Choice Neighborhood grant that starts out in the Northeast. Now, all of a sudden, you know, it starts coming together.
Okay, one more follow-up.
Yes, please.
As far as the application process for your different programs that you have through real estate and housing, are you making them user-friendly? Because they're kind of difficult to maneuver through when it comes to answering the questions. And I'm just saying, just for me, college-educated woman, you know, just looking at it, I'm like, I don't even feel like doing this. So, you know, I'm thinking about our seniors that may need a roof done, and they have to fill out this application to get something done. You know what I mean? Have you looked at the application and seeing how you can make it a little user-friendly?
I think that the discussion that's taking place right now with the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund, the one that's not federal funds, is a big answer to that. When you go to HUD and they say, here's the information you must have and you must report to us, we can't be flexible. You know, and what happens oftentimes from my experience with federal funds is that it's frustrating on both sides, and the professional goes, we're just going to make it happen and we'll come back and fill the paperwork out later. And then when HUD comes in and says, well, this paperwork wasn't filled out right, the city has a liability here. So I mean, it's a real challenge. We've talked about having opportunities that, you know, maybe we have somebody in the community that helps other folks, especially the folks that are a little older. There is a real feeling in the community that anytime that you get money from the city is going to come back and try to steal your house. And that's a hard, you know, when we look at, say, for instance, the citation-driven facade program, that is a year loan and then it gets granted to you. And I've had people say, well, I have a loan for a year. It's like, there's no payment on it. We'll just satisfy it after a year. And they look at you like, yeah, you're going to come get my house. So, you know, I think we've got to do a better job in communication and then enlisting. You know, we talk about the earlier discussion about the planning councils and the community groups. You know, are there people in those groups that would volunteer? We get them trained up to fill out those applications, and they actually go to their neighbors and help them. You know, it's sensitive because you're asked how much you make, you're asked how much your worth is, and a lot of people get real uncomfortable with that. So I mean, we've got to figure that puzzle out a little bit better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Ware, for your presentation. Just one quick question. Every year, there's hundreds of kids, I would say, that are not selected for the city summer youth program. Has there been any thought to maybe a teen component of the clean teams, maybe collaborating with the Parks and Rec?
Hasn't been anything that I'm aware of, a conversation that's going on. But when you talk about if it's coming out of the parks budget, absolutely, I'm in favor. But I know it when we talk about you know, those kind of collaborations. I mean, it's a classic where most of the folks that are currently working on the clean teams are older. And you know, if you match up older and younger, I mean, that's how things work in the world, right? I mean, they work properly. So I would be an advocate of starting that discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Because they don't use heavy machinery.
Not at all.
You know, so I mean, that would be the plus. You know?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Anything on first round of questions from members of council? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to turn it to the public comment. Is there anyone in chambers that has any comments? Okay. I believe we have someone signed up. Mr. Fletcher, you may approach. And can you, for the record, state your name and where you're from?
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. My name is Brandon Fletcher. I live in Wilmington. I want to make my comment about the Adams Street victims. I don't think the city has done an adequate enough job at ensuring that everyone who was displaced from Adams Street to be rehoused. I think, you know, if we're talking about code enforcement, the city could create a renters relocation fund to help fund and assist tenants who were displaced from code enforcement actions. We see the down payment and settlement assistance program. I wonder if we could have streamlined residents who were displaced, who were paying rent on time, into a program that could have helped them become homeowners. And I'm just really just surprised that, you know, there are people who still don't have housing. And I don't know, based on what was presented tonight, if people who get displaced will have the opportunity to find housing. The city can do a better job. The council has an opportunity to demand more from your administration to make your programs better, to ensure that people can have access to the down payment and settlement assistance program. We have to do better. Another thing I want to talk about is homeowner repair grants. I think the city needs to do a better job at expanding these programs to provide grants to low-income homeowners to pay for repairs needed to maintain the health and safety of their homes. Create consistent source of funding to meet the demand that people need. I mean, you can look downtown and you could see the development, and that's good. But at the same time, you have people who are displaced from their homes, seniors who can't afford their water bill because this council and this administration continues to raise the rates each and every year. And so as we have development happening downtown, and as we build these luxury towers, and we give Guccini and Pollen tax breaks every year, please think about the low-income renters, think about the seniors in your district who you come back and ask for votes for every year, every 4 years. Think about them, think about their ability to stay in their homes, and make your programs work better. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fletcher. There's no one else in chambers. I'd like to turn it to, I believe we have someone on Zoom, Miss Lanita Brooks. Okay, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi. I just
evening.
wanted to comment on, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on the residents of Adams Street, which my brother was one of them, William Brooks, and I also was on a lease as well. Initially, I was on a lease because I'm the one with the job. But when everything happened at Adams Street, my brother called me from work. I was out there. I'm the one that went live, and it went viral. So from that moment, it seemed like everybody from the city was out there, including city council members and everybody. I applaud the people that did help along the way, but I just think that all the resources that was told that the residents was going to get, that they didn't get, and I think the ones that really benefited from it was the people that chose to go to the Hope Center and the people that chose to go to the motel, which I just think they just got the short end of the stick because, like I said, like it's not cheap to live in a motel. The Hope Center, they got free food over there, everything. The Adams Street tenants that went over to the motel, you had to pay for your food. Everything that you did, you had to pay for out of pocket. Yes, they did get like little gift cards. They got like $500 towards Christmas. I heard that they gave out more money, but I tried to call around to social services and try to get my brother some help after I found him a place to go, which and I ended up finding him a place. Time was winding down. I ended up going on Nextdoor app, and somebody was saying that they was going to rent their apartment out in like a month. So I inboxed him, and he was willing to let my brother move in there. And I went on his lease because I'm the one with the income, and my brother gets paid under the table. So I have the pay stubs to show that I make the money to pay it if my brother falls through. So I'm sitting up there like, okay, I reached out to DHAP, told them that my brother found a place because he was told to file with DHAP after he found a place. So I did that. I went on the DHAP thing because I'm thinking, okay, I'm the one with the income, so I'm going to go on there with him. All boils down. They said they wasn't going to go by my income. They end up going by my income and they denied him. So he didn't get no help. He had to come up with all that money to move by himself. He didn't qualify for nothing. No first time rent. First time month rent, he didn't qualify for security deposit, nothing. He had to come up with that money by himself, working under the table, and I had to come out of my pocket to help him to move. So I just think AJ got away with a lot of stuff that he shouldn't have got away with. Like, he didn't have to give no money back to the tenants, nothing. And I don't think that was fair. And still to this day, my brother, like, you guys know that the price of apartments, housing, then went up. Like, everything is so much more expensive. So living in AJ's property, yeah, it might have been a slum property, but it was affordable for a lot of people. Now my brother is living in a $1,200 apartment, and he's getting by, but he's getting by. Just put it like that. And the city didn't reach out to him to help him at all, with no expenses, getting furniture to replace the furniture that was left in AJ's or nothing, because when they moved out of there, they had to take what they had to take at that day. Then some people that I got connected with in Laura, Delaware, got storage units, but it was that day. You had to come that day and that day only. So his furniture got left.
Ms. Brooks, we are at time.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. It's so noted. All right. I would like to turn it back to final comments or questions, but I actually will be making a comment as part of the leadership team of council, as we have to finish up real estate and housing's budget hearing. These questions that we've been getting, this session of council takes very seriously. The problem of unrestricted funds to help in emergencies, we are addressing that. What you just heard about Housing Opportunities Fund, that is groundbreaking and will be landmark in Wilmington. This is new. Previously, we did not have the funds accessible to help out in emergencies. We did not have funds to help out with settlement assistance, that was more diversified and easy to access. So to credit to Director Ware and his team, they are listening to council, and we have to learn from mistakes, because the mistakes of the past, we just weren't able to address these needs. So I wanted to make the public know that that we do hear. Both me and council president and our council leadership, we hear, and these are why we're talking about announcements of these new programs, because we learned. So that's all I want to say. But throughout this process, as council, we are learning, and that's why when you hear about new programs, it may not strike a chord, but when we go into the community and explain how to access these programs, again, we're trying to make it transparent, easy, and accessible, because that's part of what we're talking with the administration about. So please let you know that your comments are not unheard. We are following up with anything with real estate and housing. We know there's lack of affordable housing in the city of Wilmington. That is not lost on us. But best believe the people who are going to be in their homes are going to make sure they can get the repairs. Seniors can get what they need. And also water bills, by the way, we're looking at increased funding for low-income assistance. So no one who can't pay a bill will get their water shut off in the city. So this is what we're looking at in the new path for the city. And, the least of us will not be left alone. In the past, it has happened, but I know as council leadership, we are not going to sit and let this be unheard. So I just want to say for the record, to state some things that we are looking to get in place and things that have been in place to get the assistance to those in need, and get it quickly, because we don't have the time for the red tape. We don't have the time for this and that. I know HUD has a lot of restrictions. So that's why we're trying to get the most unrestricted funds we can get so we can get need in our community. So I just wanted to say that tonight, just as it abroad, but thank you very much, Director Ware, for listening to us, because you have. You have not closed your door to anyone on council, including council president, and you do listen to us. So thank you. I want to turn it over to Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chairman, because there is a lot that we are doing, and I blatantly had to say to someone while walking the hilltop who told me that they called about her heater went out and she called the city because her roof is leaking, that we didn't have funding. So my question is around that funding, but I'm going to preface this by saying this. I said to her, we're not a social service agency. A lot of that funding that comes from the federal government goes to the state. And we are the first line of defense. People need to call their state representatives and their state senators. They're allotted a far bigger budget than the $8,000 that we're given with restricted for scholarship for schools. We have a few $1,000s to help our constituents in the community. And, I appreciate hearing from our constituents, but we need to do a reality check, and the budget is the time when we do that. And there's difficult decisions that we have to make because we still have to fund city government. And from what I'm seeing here is we are still putting a lot of money to help people in the community. So, again, we are not a social service agency. We got to do better, and we're doing better by putting things in this budget from lessons learned from Hurricane Ida and from what happened at 800 Adams Street. It's imperfect, but we're trying. So now, the home repair program, Director Rear, I understand that 90% of it comes from outside funding, 10% from the general fund. Do we run out of money? Like right now with that constituent saying that she was told that we don't have money, does that happen near this time of year when we're near the end of the budget?
Well, it has. I don't know if it was a blanket answer. I think one of the challenges that we have with the federal funds is that we have to have lead safe certified contractors. And when we talk about that certification, we have actually offered to contractors, hey, if you take the course, we'll reimburse you. We had made that offer a number of times. And it just so happens that that's a weak point in the chain, in that we don't have a lot of contractors currently that are lead safe. So you can do up to $4,999 worth of work, but anything above that, they have to be certified. So there's a typical example where HUD has a one-size-fits-all policy. They have to have policies that fit in California and in Delaware. So they have a tendency to be over strict as far as when you talk about the requirements. That's why, say for instance, when we move some of the funding into some of the other agencies, they have a little more flexibility. Or if it comes from the state, like say for instance Milford Housing, we've referred folks to Milford Housing because they come in and they'll do a emergency, like a heater, boom. So we've been trying to be as creative as possible, but we've got some specific issues that we have to work through.
Follow up. So
Yes, please.
do we give funding to, for example, one of the former councilman, State Representative Friel was with me this weekend, and he said, refer her to Westside Grows because they have a home repair program.
Yep.
Do we give money to nonprofits such as Westside Grows to help with this, or are they getting their funding from the federal government or the state?
They're getting their money from the state for that activity.
Okay, so there is money out there. If we're not able to do it,
Yep.
there is a backup. Okay, and then my last question would be, this is something that came up in a meeting that we recently had, and I just want to be clear about this because I'm really disturbed to find out that, should be no surprise, but that even in our most challenged neighborhoods with high poverty levels, that the rents, as we just heard Ms. Brooks talk about, that the rents are pretty much almost the same as in our higher end, well-to-do neighborhoods, that there really isn't that, there's not differentiating between the poverty neighborhoods versus these high-end neighborhoods, and that these landlords are pretty much charging the same across the board. Is that true?
Our rents are very flat across the city, absolutely. And when you talk about some of our neighborhoods that are majority rental, it's because those investors could come in and buy a door for $30,000 and then receive $1,200 or $1,300 a month in rent. And if you pencil those numbers out, that's a pretty darn good investment. So, when you talk about, some of our neighborhoods that are under stress versus some of them that are stable, and the rents are the exact same, really only comes down to is the criteria. So that, say for instance, in some of our, that's the matrix that we have to work in. Some of these neighborhoods that are less stable, well, the landlord's going to take somebody who has a judgment, take somebody who has questionable income, take somebody who has other issues, versus in some of the neighborhoods that are stable landlords, they screen out to the point where, hey, none of that stuff happens. We all know that if you can't show where you're making your money, you're getting paid under the table or you're hustling, right? So when you start talking about, how's the landlord getting paid? In some of these places, landlord doesn't care. Well, that's a dead-end business model because that's where your property gets torn up. You only have somebody that's paying you for 3 or 4 months, and then they move to the next one. So, when you talk about the business model of how to support our neighborhood, landlords can take a lesson on it too. And when you talk about some of the properties that are well kept, they've got a stable tenant. They don't, the landlords that are willing to take, hey, I'll take 2 months rent as a deposit, and so you don't pay me in 3 months, I'll just evict you. And that's some of the business models that we're looking at, and that's not stabilization of a neighborhood. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We have a very flat rental, and unless you're talking about the high-end rentals, but even there, it's still not what other communities have.
Okay. Yes, and I understand that the landlords who make an investment in our city do have their challenges as they go about doing business, but they are making money no matter what neighborhood they're in. And, I just wanted to be clear on that as we talk about raising their rental registration fees to what they're getting in rent. No one should be complaining. Thank you.
I'd also just like to add, as far as anyone that, on our website, the Real Estate and Housing Department's website, we have a list of all the agencies that have homeowners services. So, not only can you call 311 and get us, and we return phone calls, but also if someone's just looking for services for homeowners, we have them listed there. And it's up to date too, as far as it's not one of those websites where, it's 1942 or something.
Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time, Director Ware and your team, your small but mighty team. We always appreciate them. Again, thank you to OMB, Mr. Greco, Mr. Waymeyer for sticking with us tonight, department heads and city employees as well, WITN for staying late with us, also council staff, and members of the public, you, for staying engaged through a late evening. But well worth it. As a housekeeping matter, the next budget hearings are scheduled for this upcoming Wednesday, April 19th. We have Department of Human Resources scheduled for 4:30 p.m., followed by the Police Department at 6:15 p.m., then finished by the Fire Department at 7:30 p.m. That's the last hearing. Please tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch our meetings. You can also watch online at www.witn22.org. And budget information, as always, in the slideshows, as well as the answers to the questions, will be online at the City Council's budget website, wimdebudget.org. At this time, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So properly moved and seconded, and the meeting has adjourned, and see everyone Wednesday evening. Thank you.
Thank you all.